Hey, what's going on, everyone? Oh my God, we are back for another amazing panel. Welcome back to my channel. I am your host, Miss Sabrina Soul. Thank you so very much to the 41 of you that are in the chat and watching us right now. We have been waiting. I know I've been patiently waiting to sit here with you beautiful people to talk about this amazing episode number 11 of Ready to Love Miami. Honey. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to my soulmates. Also, just be respectful. Just a reminder, be respectful in the chat. To everyone, also to my panelists, and make sure you put your comments in there, and hopefully I can go and put them on the screen and we can discuss them if, we get to that point. But anyway, I have the amazing, the lovely Miss Jamala from Ready to Love Miami joining us tonight, and we might have one more special guest joining us, but we're gonna see if he can come through. But anyway, you guys know I like to get right into it. Let's just go ahead and start. We're gonna go around the room, have everyone introduce themselves in the beginning, and then of course you guys know we will do it in the end as well. So we're gonna go ahead and start with Miss Jamala.
Hey Soul family, and hey panel. So I am Jay, or Jamala, off of this season's Ready to Love Miami. You can find me on Instagram at JustJamNoJelly. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. We're excited.
Such great energy, Jamala. So great to have you here. Sabrina, always a pleasure. Gustavo Carr, Victor Carr, you can find me on that handle on my Instagram or my TikTok, which I'm not on ever, but I should be. And yeah, I'm just a fan of love, so I love talking about this show.
What's up, everybody? You know it's about to go down. I am Tyrone E. Wilson. You can find me at Ty Wilson 21 everywhere. It's always a pleasure to be on the panel, and I'm excited to have some fun tonight. So let's go.
What's going on? Jamie Alexander, on-camera host. Excited to be here as usual. Love to rock with you guys once a week and have some chats. I love that Jamala is on here, one of my favorites from the beginning. So I'm really excited about this conversation. And yeah, let's do this.
Hey, you guys, I'm Stacey B from season 4. Well, we don't know because the season. Whatever number you want to get, the one after the resort. You can find me at Stacey_B because I'm not organized like the rest of these wonderful people, and I got to keep it simple. And might I just add, first of all, yellow is one of those colors, Jamala, that everybody can't do, but you doing that system.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Ooh, a little mustard for you, girl.
Well, we are loving it, and we are all feeling it, and you are getting so much love in the chat too, just to let you know. I don't know if you can see the chat. Can you see the chat, Jamala? FYI, no, you can't.
I'm not looking.
Okay.
Yeah. It's cool.
yeah, that might be a good thing.
Yeah, so before we get started, it is episode 11, which means we only have one episode after this where they choose each other, and then we go into the reunion. So before we get to episode number 12, let's just go around. I'm going to give you guys like 2 minutes to just tell me how you're feeling and who do you think will be the end couples.
Okay, this last episode gave me anxiety. If y'all's quiet too long, it's too much.
I was about to say not everybody.
Not everybody. This episode definitely gave me anxiety, and I have to admit it's a little hard for me to tell who's the actual couples and who's gonna make it through. There's parts of this that seem a little bit more contrived as we get towards the end, like this 9th, 10th episode, when it looks obvious like certain people should be together. We keep getting this energy of like, well, he's with me and he be talking to me and they be doing this and so I'm a little bit confused. And can't give you any definitive couples from my perspective at the moment.
This episode had me stressed too, Jaime. Like, I was just like, anytime meeting the parents, right? It's just like, it's a little overwhelming, and it's even harder to watch sometimes, because then I start to put myself in those situations, and I'm like, damn, I would be grilling the ish out of these people. Like, it would be a real situation. And I think some of the parents did a really good job. I was pleased with most of it. And I think that everyone handled themselves for the most part, really, really well. And it's not an easy position to be in when you're in this stage of dating people. So, yeah, I mean, there was some drama this. I can't wait to get to. I had a feeling as soon as I started the episode, I would get to it at the end and tell you what that was. So remind me. And I was right. And yeah, it's gotten better. You know, start off a little slow for us, but it's definitely given us some more and, you know, juice getting toward the end. And I can't believe it's over next week. All I got to say is I can't wait for the reunion.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, what was it? What exactly was this episode giving? But you
Anxiety.
I mean,
it gave me zero anxiety. What it gave me was like, let me paint a wall and watch the paint dry. Like the only thing I can say is that everybody has beautiful family members, and you know, like you can, like they, like Jamala, I love your mama and your sister. Like we know them jeans falling under the tree. Like you don't have to go far, and you know who your cousins are. Like I already know. And then Miss Kayla, oh my God, her dad, I just want to adopt him as like one of my uncles. Like I need to take him on a date with me. Like other than that, I mean, until we get to the S and S's, I mean,
well, that's what I'm talking about, girl. If you know how I feel about him,
you had to go 55 minutes for that.
the anxiety from the trailer and everything. You know I'm a Samson stan, so this was definitely something to talk about, and I'm going to come for him this time.
Okay,
We can have some things to say.
I'm glad you cleared that up because I was talking about the other 55 minutes.
Oh, hey, Cameo.
Yes, panelists, let her in.
Is that our son? Stacey, is that our son?
That's our daughter.
Oh, okay.
So we see people in the previews, but when you listen to them, like in the confessionals and everything, and you're watching them, everyone still seems undecided, and they feel like they need to figure out some things, and they need more answers, they need to ask more questions. And I'm like, damn, like, you know, y'all are going to be on the bridge next week, right? Like, what is there to figure out?
Exactly.
At this point, you know what I mean? You either make a decision or you don't. If you have some reservations, there's reasons you have reservations, so just let that be known. And it just seems like they're just not either asking those questions or, you know, having those conversations or being adult enough to have those conversations. And it's just getting frustrating to be this far and have, what, 95% of the cast still be undecided?
I feel like this season, that's all the women been doing is asking questions.
Right.
Honestly, and I feel like the men just keep deflecting and like they not answering. It's no way that you could be on episode 11 and we see the previews for number 12 and it's still like you gotta make a decision. What?
Yeah.
Previews for the last scene, for the last episode. What? I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead, because y'all know I get
You can't
excited.
call them men, Sabrina. They're not acting like.
I can't drink tonight. I'm drinking water.
Yes, you can. I need you to serve yourself up, and you can't call them men because they're all acting like boys. To be quite honest, all of them, every single one of them are acting like boys, and it's problematic.
So Swayze did have a little bit of accountability in this episode that I heard, where he was like, you know what, we're having some problems. We need to figure it out. He took some time to figure it out, and he did take a little bit of accountability there, but they still seem unsure. So
yeah,
I'm with you on that with Swayze. Yeah,
I agree. Which one thing, and I'm gonna say this because it made me feel like if they are still unsure at the very beginning, when episode 12 comes and you walk down with roses to hand to me, how can I really trust and believe you really want to be with me? You didn't know last episode, and that was only a week ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how can you really be sure? Like, you sure? I don't really want to take these roses. No, let's have another conversation real quick. Like, I need to know, do you want to pick me? He gonna be standing there with the roses, and he gonna be like, "Well,
I'm undecided.
I gotta make a decision. I mean, I got roses, though. I mean, that's how I'm feeling. Am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping at all. Stacey, also BTW. I'm also I have a little situation too because after talking to Kayla last week and then hearing the things she said today on this episode, I was kind of like,
"Hey, we wasn't gonna go there."
Well,
no, Gus is going
But
there.
well, to change the subject and agree with you on one thing. I mean, I don't know who these men are. Maybe it's because, you know, like I'm from the South, you know, so this is a whole different like understanding. Like I know Miami's down south, but it ain't the South. So I'm like, some of these guys are like they, you know, when people talk about date a prize, we all prizes. It's 100. So stop asking these women to move mountains for you when you can't even throw dirt on a hill. Like what?
Ooh.
Oh.
Well,
Are you drinking tonight, Stacey?
No, y'all know I don't drink, but I make
Yeah,
really good cocktail.
You are living your life. I love it.
she be on her hookah.
Y'all know I'm too old to give a ass.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
What does our daughter need now?
What? Come here. I'm telling what you need, but don't tell him because it might embarrass me. Hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all continue.
Okay. Thank
Jamala, what about you? Like when you watched this episode back, how did it make you feel?
You know what?
And not just about yourself, and also the whole thing, kind of, you know, like witnessing what you don't witness while you're in the process.
Right. And I'll just say this, even when you're in the process and if you're in the same scene, you really still don't know what's going on. There's plenty of scenes that I can name that I was in and I can't speak to because I just don't know. I didn't know what was happening. I found out weeks later. I always give the example of going off a tangent, but Devin sucking toes in the pool. I was there and I didn't find out about that till like 4 weeks later. Like there's moments where I've been there and been in the moment and missed it. Completely aloof, I guess. So for this episode, I'll say watching back and seeing Kay and Sway and them really being able to voice in like and say that, hey, when you're asking me about the future, and he was vulnerable and said it kind of scares me, and she was like, and then Kay was like, hey, well, when you don't answer me about the future, it makes me feel like unwanted, or it makes me pull back. Like I was like, that's a real moment. Like, so I really love that because I think we sometimes we don't catch the human in these individuals because reality TV is trying to make entertainment. But moments like that was felt so real to me. And I appreciated Sway even opening up to say that and voice that. So that was dope. And then for my scene, of course, I feel like because I'm in it, I know so much is edited out. So you don't really hear like my sister, she's the true Taurus, and the older sister she's grilling. And then my dad, my mom's sister was there in spirit with the cue cards. So you miss a lot of those questions, like those hard questions that are there. And then my mom made him pray. So if you are watching episode when Randall's on dates, he's sweating profusely. So
you know what? Like, I'm sorry. Finish. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the nerves truly do come out when you're put on the spot because he can answer questions, but then when someone throws you out the loop, but mind you, every date that we've ever been on, like I've made him pray, so those are things that are pulled out and edited out. But in that moment, he was like, "Oh, mom want me to pray? Huh? Like, what do I say?" Kayla's parents got straight to it. I like honestly, I like the way Mike and Kayla's dad kind of like had like a little bit of a tussle, like a little bit of a power struggle there. Like that was dope to watch too.
She's trying to push that lady with Mike. Look at that.
I feel like when Rob was answering questions, I've seen him really do well in questions. Like you over and over when friends are asking questions and all of the different connections. Like I feel like he excels in that. But when it came to like the dad and drilling down, you could see like, okay, he was a little bit like, where are you coming from in this aspect? And then Charisse's dad, I was cracking up. But I feel like I saw the angle that he was taking once Samson left, and he was like, well, let me give you the real girl. Like, this is what it is. I was like, okay. And I saw the smile on her face, but my take from it could be a little bit different. What did y'all see?
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to ask you, like, one of the notes I had, and you kind of answered it, was like, was there any questions or, things that didn't make the cut? Because, like, from what we could see with Randall and your family, he was saying the right things, and it was like he's getting off easy. Like, was there a particular question that was asked, or is there a question that you would have asked that really would have been like, okay, now we diving deep?
I can't think of it right now, but I actually was asking my sister because I feel like they cut, obviously I know they cut so much out of that long date, but they really did touch on like how relationships can falter and how you have to be intentional outside of cameras, lights, and distractions. Like, what does that look like? And you don't see it, but throughout the season, even when I'm speaking to my other connections, when I'm sitting down with other castmates, I mentioned like, I actually don't plan to come out of this. Like, my goal isn't to come out of this and be in a relationship. My goal is to come out of this and see what you were like when Tommy's not asking you to take us out on dates, when Tommy's not saying, when you walk around to a table, do you really pull the chair out, without production saying, pull that chair out, like what are you really like, you know what I mean? Because you get caught into that, if Tommy didn't tell you take me on a date, would you take me on a date? Like, what does that look like? So I was big and adamant about that. And that was a conversation I had with each of the men when I spoke to them, like, I'm not necessarily rushing a relationship. But again, that wouldn't go into my character, because you can name a me in every season, right? So that's not going to go into my character. So of course, that type of stuff is like edited out. I was big on that. Like, no, I need to see you without the propaganda, without this extra stuff. Who are you? And what are you? How do we, mesh outside of this?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I think Tyrone and Sabrina can attest to this. Like, we lacked a certain amount of autonomy, like when it came to our dates. So I love that you questioned, like, what would things look like if you actually, 100% planned this and were being spontaneous? What would that look like? I love that you said that.
Yeah. Got to give you the real.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and start reviewing episode number 11 for Ready to Love Miami. You guys ready? All right. So in the very beginning, the show starts off where this episode starts off where the ladies are in the lounge. They are sitting around and they're discussing the dates that they had previous episode. Tommy does tell the ladies that the men will be meeting their families this episode. The very first person to actually show up and meet will be Mike, and he'll be meeting Brandy's parents. Mike brings Brandy's parents gifts. Her father does ask him, does he do drugs? And he said the only drug that he does or that he's into is Brandy. He does mention that he does have 3 kids and Brandy wants 2, so he guesses that he will have 5. Dad says that he does like him, but he's saying all the right stuff. He was like, but all in all, pretty much, he likes them. And both of the parents actually really like Mike, and they're riding for him. So, yeah. So that was really, really cute with her parents, because I think her parents are just so cute, and she looks just like her parents, and I thought that was pretty amazing too, to see them interact and to have her mother and father there. But they seem to really like Mike. Mike came in with he brought like a brand new car. He brought her a whole new dinner set. He brought mom a new wardrobe. I mean, he came in and he was like, I got this for you. I got this. And she was like, oh my God.
He was being Oprah, and you get one, and you get one, and you get one, and you get one.
I mean, Mike said, when I show up for Brandy's, I'm going to definitely make an entrance, and I'm going to let them know that that's my boo, and y'all going to be my parents-in-law. So, yeah, we're going to make this happen. So I thought it was a really, really cute scene. What did you guys think?
He looks like he smells like weed. Does he not?
God, Jesus.
He looks like he's a stoner. Mike looks like a stoner. Because he always be like chilling and be like, yeah, I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, he looks like a stoner. So I was like, he probably came in smelling like weed, and that's why his dad was, do you do drugs?
No, he was asking for the Brandy's
I feel like
Mike, one of the questions.
No, I feel like
Mike smells like 1 in a million.
Yeah, but Mike has that big old head and them little bitty eyes, and so I think his daddy probably think that they were like weed twins. But that's just
No, but he was asking because Brandy's job is always on top of it for her. So he was like, well, Brandy's job is do you do drugs? Because she has to be straight.
Brandy's also not like 12. So like, I really didn't understand the question because like, at this point, all of us are grown, right? We grown. Our friends do some stuff that we would be like, girl, man, like, I would never do. So at this point, like either you look like some, or like Gustavo said, you smell like some, or what's the point? That's the only question I had qualms with. But I adore her parents, and I was like, oh, like I'm looking at all these mamas, and I'm like, any guy that ends up with any of these ladies here, they're winning because look at their moms. Like that is like the number one thing. But I mean, like, and that's not, and what I said is no shade to Mike or anything, but I just think that because he has like his little squinty eyes, you know what I mean?
And they're a little red.
Oh, I ain't looked at.
I mean, you got to think about it, right? If you're in a if you're in a relationship with somebody and they smoke weed all the time, and your job drug test, it's gonna be hard to not smoke weed with your boo one night or the next night or whatever it's gonna be. And then she got to go get drug tested to be a flight attendant. So he's trying to look up if he's finna mess up her money. But I knew it was going to be a great meet. When they took a shot of Hennessy in the beginning, I was like, Hennessy? Y'all went right for the, like, I was just like, Henny. Like, okay, they're lit. Even mom gave us one. Like, she has fun parents. I thought it was so cute. They are just so... They give me that homey vibe, which really translates when I see Brandy, because I love Brandy. I love her energy. I don't know the full story, and I wish we could get it as to like why she's never been in a serious relationship, because she just seems like she's a good person that comes from a good place. And we all have our stuff, but I thought this was a really cute interaction, especially because this is like one of their first ones for her at all ever in life. And she's 35, so...
Yeah, I think it was just a very solid session with Mike and the parents. It looked like it went down really, really well. It did seem like the father was just trying to look out for Brandy. You know what I mean? I always like the scenes where they bring in the family, because the family has a way of telling on people without them trying to tell on people. Like we saw that with Donovan's mom last year, you know, the last season. And what was I going to say? You know, Mike has kids, right? He has daughters, so he knows how he should show up, you know, when you're going to meet parents, because you know how you would want to do to show up to you, right, with your daughter. So I felt like, you know, what he did was solid. You know what I mean? He messed nothing up. You know, he represented, he showed the parents that he was there. He ain't back away from no questions. You know what I mean? It was just solid, you know. So that's all I got.
So, Jamala, watching the scene back with Brandy and Mike, how did it make you feel? Like, what were your thoughts on that scene?
I was all warm and bubbly inside. Same sentiments, Jamie. When I saw the Hennessy shot, I said, "This is Brandy. This is Brandy Peoples. Come on, Tennessee. Come on out, Nashville. How y'all get down?" And then I feel like the question from her dad, seeing as he's a little bit older, it was funny, but I feel like that was a real question.
Valid question, yeah.
Like, don't let me snatch my daughter up and take her back to Tennessee. Like, what are you doing? And I think also we're in that time frame where smoking marijuana is a way of life, depending on where you are, right? Like, even just outside of just like, oh, maybe it's a habit, but just, you know, the same as we smoking hookah or drinking a glass of wine, it's not so taboo. So I think he was just trying to figure out like what y'all do on y'all free time. Like, so it was good to watch. I liked it. I definitely liked it. And I want to hang out with her parents. That's what I was saying. I'm like, when can we go do shots?
You know what? And I'm glad you said that, because I didn't realize that she was from Memphis. Well, from Tennessee.
Nashville.
Oh, Nashville. I didn't know she was from the South at all. Like, I didn't really. Mm-hmm. Do you know if she's an only child?
I'm not sure. I think she is, though.
Looks like it. It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, because I can understand why her dad would be a little overprotective. If, like, she's the only girl, she's the only child. Like, I get it. Mm-hmm.
She has said several times, I believe, like I'm a Southern belle, right? She's referred to her Southern heritage in the beginning, in the first episodes.
What?
I don't remember.
Something about Southern.
Like many of the episodes. I don't recall.
Damn. Shots.
Y'all know I be playing. Y'all know I play too much. I wish y'all quit messing with me. Y'all know I just playing.
All right, moving on. Does anyone have anything else to say about this episode or this scene?
Jamala, you're so right about the fact, like, it is like weed and everything is kind of, it's all, I mean, they're trying to make it legal for the entire country. So, I didn't mean to say it's not a negative content text or the way I spoke it. It was just a matter of fact. But in that generation of the father, it is still more negative, right? It's more still concerning as opposed to the actualization of what it currently is in society. So that's why I thought it was.
One quick thing I did notice in that scene is something Brandy said that just got me a little like, okay, girl, is I know that, at the end of the day, probably none of us really take our parents' full advice when it comes to who we date and whatever. But I think her dad said something about taking her time or we need to see this. She was like, no, we just need to jump in and see how it goes and we'll figure it out from there. And I just felt like, ooh, have a little bit of caution, just a little bit, please. Like, because the way he's moving makes me feel some kind of way. So I want her to not be so like, let's throw all caution to the wind. But something that she said gave me that vibe where she's like, well, let's just see. And sometimes when we move quickly like that and we don't pay attention to some of the signs, like you can mess around and lose a couple of years in your feelings and everything else that can go on when you make wrong choices. So that was just one thing that stood out where I was like, okay, she's been sold, but she's really, really sold on this man.
Not Jamie Slick calling a flag on a play.
Well, thank you for bringing that up too, because you made me real. I was gonna say he showed up real correct, like you said, Ty, because he has kids. But he only shows up and speaks and really like shows accountability as for what we see. Once again, the disclaimer: we are not judging people other than what we see and as what is televised. We don't know these people like that, and we know that TV does what it does. We're talking about the show, okay? But he showing up way different for Kayla. It's really interesting. Like, he doesn't put the same effort in, but yet then he has this whole different narrative. And like when we talked about her last week, we'll get to that later. I'm sure we can all talk about that because it was interesting. It was like I was never about him, and she was all about him this episode. So I was just really kind of like,
yeah, we talked to her about that, and she said she doesn't make it overly difficult. You know what I mean? With the way that she carries herself and her demeanor, and the fact that we talked about, her ability to walk away and control her feelings and emotions and all that stuff. And I was like, but your body language is still telling a lot. We can see 100%. It loud and clear. Mm-hmm. So that's what I was trying to get into, when we were having that conversation about how are the men reacting to your reactions towards them. You know what I mean? Like, if you're coming off like you don't care, then of course everything is going to seem easy to them, right? I don't have to change anything because she's not demanding anything of me. So I'll just take what she's giving me. So, that's what I got from it.
But you know what, Ty? Reese, let me say that first. Reese. But, these aren't like the 10 women here that were on this season, on every season. They're not just run-of-the-mill kind of ladies. Like, these are ladies that, boss ladies, have a lot going on for themselves, really good, have reputable careers in the communities. They do what they do. So sometimes it's hard to find the line or to toe the line of, am I giving or am I giving too much? Like, it's hard for us sometimes, I think, to navigate through that part of dating when you're not a pick-me or you're not like a thirsty person. So I think it's hard to find your way through that. And we're looking for cues from the men, and what we're seeing is the men ain't giving no damn cues. They're holding their cards right here, spades to the chest.
That's a good point.
No,
it's fair.
I was raised by a single mother, and she is a very strong woman. So I witnessed all the time how it was difficult for her, from what you were just saying, and it still is for anybody that holds any kind of power as a woman, I believe, because men boys these days don't seem to know how to navigate through that. They don't seem to have the consciousness and awareness to see where that's coming from and how to support that and navigate that into a healthy space together, because they're still distracted by their own insecurities, essentially. And that goes for gay, straight, all of the above, because I'm speaking from experience as well. And being a strong man, I incur the same things with men because they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to do that. And I know, Sabrina, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was trying my best to dig into that last week, Stacey, by talking about how it can be perceived like you don't care. Right. We understand that you got things going on with you. We understand you may be a boss at home, but that doesn't necessarily help when you have a guy that is not willing to be vulnerable and may have some insecurities. You know what I mean? When it seems like you have the ability to walk away with the quickness, right? The fact that they're already, a bit insecure may not make them, want to step up the way that they should because of who you are,
And
so what is that timeline?
And I wholeheartedly agree with you, but I think you're missing also another category of men that fit into that narrative. It's the ones that's overly secure, aka those narcissists. Like they look in the mirror and they don't see anything wrong with themselves and they can't do no wrong. So it's hard to tell for us women who got common sense, who's a narcissist and who's insecure, because they give the same vibe and it's hard to read the both of them. So it's like, I'm only going to give you what you giving me. And I think that men are so used to women, they're so used to characterizing women as coming into the scene or coming into the relationship as damaged or they have some issues, that they forget that they're coming into something with some baggage too. And they forget to look in that mirror long and hard, or some of them look too long and too hard to be real about it.
And it's a lot more pick-me women nowadays too. So it's making it harder for the women with substance.
Maybe because you feel right, just like me. Jamie, I don't know what you got going on, so I ain't gonna throw you out there. But it's so hard because, like, for us to navigate right now in dating, and then also being on a show like where you feel like people have a cheat sheet where they think they already know you. So some of the ways or some of the manners that you would dive deep, they already assume or presume that they know it about you. You know what I mean? So as soon as somebody say RTL to me, I'd be like, oh, I'll talk to you later.
I don't know. I look at a lot of this stuff going on and I just think there's a little bit too many narratives. And I think so many people are caught up in what it's supposed to look like if he does this or she don't do that, or this is what it is if they're this is it. And I would love to see us get back more to the core of self. There's a certain presence that I feel like you can have within yourself and a certain trust you need to eventually gain in yourself that will give you the discernment that helps you learn to navigate. So in one scene, you might look like a pick-me, and in the next scene, you might look ambivalent, like you don't know what it is that you want, but you're playing according to what it is you're seeing right in front of you and what you're seeing at the time, and coming from an honest place with it. So if we could just stay more in that space, I think I would love to see that, as opposed to categorizing someone and being like, oh, well, she doesn't show her feelings, so we don't know if it's going to be that, or she's doing too much of that. Where's the fine line of self and presence and your own wisdom and your own discernment about the person you got in front of you and what you really want and that energy,
Yes, and I'm probably going to clap back, but maybe Tyrone can maybe be on my side for this for 1 second. But I think it's on the same side for women as well. I think when you have to be so strong and lead and be in charge to protect yourself as a mechanism of safety, you are going to kind of exude some typical traits of narcissism as well. And so then everyone's fucked. Everyone is confused because nobody knows how to navigate the situation, because nobody's doing the work to just kind of allow themselves to be vulnerable, allow themselves to be human, and then be able to attract and let something of likeness come in. And instead, because there's so many distractions these days, they just choose to completely eject and say flight and go off, because it's easier, because there's so many options, because it's just everything's accessible, quote unquote. But as you can see, that's not really the truth, because so many people are still single and searching and seeking for love. But they keep forgetting that if you don't do the work, how are you expecting to attract that and be cognizant and have the discernment to understand when it's in front of your face?
You know what?
It's just
and that's for men and women. So I'm glad you said that. That's for everybody. Yeah.
But
like
you know what?
Dismissive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think people have like dating or people ADD. Like it's this manufactured ADD that we have with our relationships, where it's like, I want something, I want it now, and I move on. I'm back and forth, and I can't figure stuff out. And I think like when people give themselves the opportunity to slow down and really like self-discover and have a little more self-awareness, then that's when we make progress. Like, so I was gonna say, in defense of you, Jamala, an example, like to bring it back to what we're seeing right now on the show, to bring it back, right? You just had an issue where you're like, okay, Randall, say what you gotta say publicly to everybody else, because everybody is not capturing what you're telling me. So I need you to clarify and make it clear. And I think it was Mimi in the chat who said that none of the men are being really direct or specific. And I think that goes back to this dating ADD, like, or maybe it goes back to the fear of rejection. I don't know. It's so much to unpack now. But the things that people want, like that they require of others, they don't give as quickly as they require it of others. And that's what I have a problem with.
Do you feel like you are making it accessible and seen that you're doing that on your end?
Gus, that's for me.
For any of you, for any woman, anybody, honestly. I mean, I think having these conversations is what's going to help. So that's why I'm asking, like the women, you know.
What are your thoughts, Jamala? We'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I feel like I know at a certain point in time, and when in my dating, a few years back, I was extremely dismissive. You had a 1-2 shot and that was it, like, and left without a listen, you're gonna have to come find me. You have to pull up at my house because everything blocked and didn't care. You know what I mean? So I think as I came to age and learned to be more self-aware, I'm just very transparent. So off rip, you're gonna know me. Like you're gonna start to see different characters in me, and I'll like tell you about them before you even see them. I preface, I am this way. I don't like gray spaces. I don't like gray areas. So when you see me, i.e. having the conversation, it comes off as like, well, that's too much. It's like, no, we're in a house with 3 connections and nobody knows nothing. Like, no, we're gonna level the playing field, because what you tell me off camera, on camera need to match right now. Like for me, you know, because you're also, even though a lot of times when you're filming, you forget about the camera, I'm also at some point cognizant of this camera. So we need to say it. So for me, I think what this is showing truly is just a reflection of what dating on the outside really is, the reality of dating.
Real life.
They're so upset too, because they're like, we want love, but you forget that these are real human individuals going through human emotions and dealing with a set of people, each of us, men and women, with individuals who are also damaged, also have different experiences that they come in with. And every person's going to be different too. Some men actually might like that you take it a little bit slower, and some actually might act like you don't like that you act like you don't care. Like you really don't know who you're getting until you're sitting down with that individual, and then you're kind of having that conversation. So I think it's hard to say on what each person is going to need and what each person is going to want. And I think that's why dating is so hard, because what I show up as for somebody else, you know, may not be it, but then I meet somebody 2 days later and they're like, everything you just did was everything I needed. Like, so it's hard. We in this situation, you have 10, well, minus Calvin, shout out to Calvin, 9 men that you have to present to, and what does that look like for them, and what do each of them need? And as we can see, even just based on age ranges, that's going to change based on, you know, if they have kids or if they don't have kids. Are you for them? Are you not for them? And if you're not, that's okay. Like, so Gus, I think that was a great question. And I think Stacey and Jamie and all of your input has just been so good to kind of bring it all together about like, what is dating like right now? Sucks. Okay. It's rough out here.
Jamala, do you feel like, go ahead, Tyrone, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you did touch on it a bit. I feel like, you know, a lot of people that are undecided right now about what's going on in their future, it could be because, you know, they haven't figured out things about themselves. You know what I mean? If they already knew what their boundaries were and they already knew what they wanted, you're either going to see what you want or you're not, right? And then you need to have that ability to make that clear. Not saying that this is happening to Kadian, but we saw that in her a little bit, where it came off as a little bit of an insecurity when she was asking, what is it about me that you like, right? But if you know yourself, like if, for instance, like I could say, I know me, I know why you like me, because I'm the shit, right? Like it's clear, right? I know what my great qualities are. You know what I mean? So like if she knows that but still wants to hear it, you know what I mean? You know, there could be some things that are going on there. Maybe she needs to hear it from him so she knows that he knows why he likes her. Maybe it could be the fact that she may not trust what he's saying, or maybe she needs to hear a little bit more before she moves forward as well. So
I think it's
all like she just wanted him to say it out loud. I think she just wanted to like smile at him, like telling her what it is and being able to express that to, what do you call it, the fairy godmother in that moment. So she could hear like, okay, well, this is what you like about her. Okay, those qualities are, I can say that's real and what y'all have is real. So I don't think it even came from an insecure place, just knowing her. I think it more just came like, well, talk about it. Go ahead. What is it that you like? You know?
I agree with you, and I'm going to piggyback on what you're saying, Jamala, and I'm going to say, you know, we've been on this journey, the word we hate the most, the journey, right? We have these private conversations, because we have no time to get to know the most out of people, right? And what we seek on camera is affirmation. So what you told me yesterday, today that is not at the camera here, is that still true? Because I want you to, because it's publicly. Not even publicly, but you know, it's like when we're going through the process, it's not a fact unless it's captured, right? It's not a fact. It's not true, or I'm looking crazy unless it's captured. So I can't even be mad at Kadian for that. You know, earlier in the conversation, we were talking about the men who weren't being active enough for our vantage points, you know, from what we see. But I will give it to Katie. And, you know, what we've seen so far, we're not seeing that she's acknowledging this, you know, so far on the show. But it seems that, like, when I'm looking at it as a former cast member, I'm like, okay, Swayze is, you can see that he's willing to take the punches and roll with it. Like this bothered me. Let's work through it. Okay. You know, like when they said people aren't fighting for their partner so far, but like what we consider a fight might not look like what someone else considers a fight for someone, right? So what I've seen from Swayze is, you know, despite, however, and it's cuts, it's edited. So what we're saying, it looks like Kadian's going hard on him, or, you know, things have been kind of like unfair towards Swayze, and some of the conversations are, it's like, why is that your response? But what we see is that he's still there. He's still pursuing her, and he's still there, and he's showing patience. And, you know, some things are uncomfortable for him to talk about because, you know, some men and women just prefer to have certain things, have certain public conversations, and then we gonna keep everything at the house. So we've seen that. But what we see from Swayze so far that we haven't seen from any of the other men is that he's there, He's willing to work through it. Even when it's times of conflict, he's uncomfortable, he's pissed off. What do? He comes back and he puts himself on the front line, even though he's a front line worker. He puts himself on the front line to say, okay, babe, what's up? How do we, what's the next step? You know, so I think like it's unfair to not give him proper credit for that.
I just have something to say, somebody in the comment to entertainment. I prefer if you don't make this a race thing, because that's not what this is. So bring that conversation to someplace, because that doesn't belong here. So thank you so much.
True.
Nice try.
So moving along, we are, hold on one second. Let me address this real quick. So yeah, I see that too, entertainment. So just to let you know, let's just be respectful for everyone, and everyone has an opinion. Everyone can, comment, but yeah, this is not a race thing. I don't think it, if it was any race on there, if a man is acting like a boy, he acting like a boy. So I don't think the color of their skin is what he was attacking. So I would appreciate it if you not attack us. So,
right. And I don't think he's saying boy like don't talk to me, boy. I think he's saying boy like
it's 2022. What are we saying?
I know,
exactly.
like what we have to appreciate is we have two men here who are willing to give real, like their real unfiltered perspective. And we're not color coding it. They're speaking from the perspective of men who date, who've been in relationships. So I agree that we don't need to be attacking Gus. We know he ain't saying nothing slick. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Jump in if you got to.
Get off your neon lights. So you can be like me and get your summertime shade.
I just think it's so sad that that's the first thing that injured people go to, is to try to segregate and divide and make it about something it's not. We can't go to the common ground of just the humanity of what it all is. We have to make it interpersonal about subjects and differences that don't actually exist. What we're talking about love. Love has no color behind it. Love is infinite. Love is beyond physical, right? It's emotional. So when people try to bring that into it, it just shows me that you're not even having the conversation we're having. So what you don't do then is put words in people's mouths, because that's not what we do as human beings to each other when we're actually trying to support each other and actually trying to share actual love with one another. So.
Right. And Gus, y'all know I done told y'all where I'm from. So sometimes I know that saying boy and somebody can be a trigger word, but we all know you and love you, and we know you weren't meaning it like that. That was not the context at all.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
All right, guys. Now that we have cleared that up, we are going to move forward, and we've already actually been talking about them, which is Swayze and Kadian. So that's why I started showing the pictures. I'm like, well, we're already talking about them. Let me start showing the pictures, but let me go ahead and read my notes, and then we can move forward with it. Swayze will be meeting Kadian and her godmother. They go back and forth. Kadian is asking questions to Swayze. He never gives a clear answer. She wants to know what he wants from her, and he tells her to relax. She says that she is just asking. Kadian says when they speak about their future, that level, it pretty much he just shuts down. He shuts off. He says that he is afraid, and pretty much. Hold on, what happened? Did I miss? I can't see you guys.
I'm sorry. He's afraid.
Okay, afraid of Wait. Did I miss something?
No.
Okay, because y'all know I can't see the screen.
No,
and, tells her to relax. The future. And it doesn't work. Kadian's godmother says that he has his guards up. Okay, now go. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm
sorry. It just made me laugh when you were like, he said he's afraid. Because if I was him, I'd be afraid too. you know me, I try to ride with the characters as long as I can. Like, I don't have any personal, like Gus said as a disclaimer, I'm watching a show. I don't know these people personally.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
This is about the show. I don't know these people, but what I'm seeing is, my solar plexus was like cringing and like going on. Like, Kadian gives me anxiety. And I know that the way that they maybe edit and this like that, it seems constant, but it's just like, do you want to be with a man where you got to be like, do you want to be with me? Do you like me? What do you like about me? You ain't going to tell me what you like about me? You want to like me? It's just, yes. There has to come a point where you close your mouth, please, at some point, because when is this man ever going to have a chance to think about where he wants to be if every other 3 seconds, where do you want to be? Well, what you want to do? You don't know what you like about me? So when we gonna get married, have kids? I'm already in 2025. Girl, where are you right now? Like, I have so much anxiety listening to her scenes. And I am it's not even about woman, this, that. It's just like, make your desires known, but like, that's about it. If you gotta wring it out of the man, you want to be with somebody like that? You want to commit to somebody that you got to like chokehold? Like, I don't know.
Well, if you got to ring out of him, that's not a man. If you're ringing out of him, it's a boy. That's what I mean in that context. It's like, it feels like you're talking to a child. It's like, you're going to tell me what I want to hear, and I'm going to make you tell me until you say it. How many times do I have to ask you till you say what I want you to hear? And it's kind of like, there's that fine balance of having people act like moms and like you're their child and you're dating, and it's not their job to be the parental figure. Like, I agree with you to some extent, Jamie, on this. I think that Kadian can definitely shift the way that she approaches things with her energy and the words. And I'm not telling her to change herself, but I think if she expects the results that she wants, there can definitely be a shift in the intention.
Good.
You gotta let that mess breathe. You gotta let it breathe. If ain't no air in there, you wouldn't allow her to talk to you like that. She would drive you up the wall. You would shut it down.
Well, I think, okay, so what I think is, okay, let's state the obvious. Like, all season long, Kadian has been bringing it, but this was the first time that I've noticed how like effortlessly beautiful she is. And I was like, damn, Kadian, I see you. And when I saw her in this episode, I saw her that even though she can't, I saw her in, even though this man is telling you he's riding for you, you still need assurance. You need him to some keywords. You need something else from him. And I think Gus and Jamie, what we're talking about is when women are living in their soft girl era. Like when we can accept stuff the way it is and say, okay, he's making an effort. And listen, I'm gonna be in my soft girl. I'm gonna accept, or I'm gonna receive the love and affection and affinity that you have to give to me, even though it might not be phrased the way I want to hear it, or my ears are set to hearing it, or even though in the language that I prefer. Like right now, what we're seeing of Kadian is that she hasn't, from what we can see, we don't see the transition into soft girl. Like, okay, let me let my guards down and say, okay, this man really cares about me and he's making effort with me. She's still, from what we can see, and I don't know her or anything, so I don't mean it to be offensive at all, but we're still seeing her wanting him to say some right, just the right trigger words where it makes sense to her, where it clicks for her. And I think like with us as viewers, some of us, we're like, oh, it clicked for us a long time ago, girl. We see him, girl, you got this. But I think for her going through the process and where she is right now, it just hasn't clicked for her, that reassurance that, you got me. That hasn't been translated in a way that she can receive it yet. So I do think we need to give her just a little just a little. We might not like the delivery all the time, but the delivery is telling us something. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, you're kind of saying the same thing
I
as
agree.
us, though, because what we're
What up, Paul?
essentially what we're saying is that how many times do you want him to speak 17 languages for her to finally hear it? When in the long run, she should be seeing and hearing it if she is secure and present in the moment with this man. As you said, as we watch, we're like, girl, you good. But there's still her own situation happening, which is having her act accordingly. And that's when it becomes kind of like, okay, like that's like Jamie said, I wouldn't be able to handle that for 5 seconds because I'm like, that's a lot of stuff you have to work out before we can talk. Because you know what I mean? Like that's too much. That's your own stuff. And when you're in your own way, how do you expect to get to me?
you're
How do you
right.
expect to get
And
me
how
when
do
you're
you
in
get
your
to
own
the
way?
real version of somebody if you're not willing to learn who they are? Learn them a little bit. Maybe the way he speaks and understands and the way you speak and understand. How can you guys come to an understanding about what you feel, how you function, what you need to hear, and how he's able to articulate that? Like, just give it a little time to marinate and really let love grow a little bit, as opposed to be like, tell me we're gonna have kids tomorrow, or I don't get it. Like,
Right, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Hi, P.O.
What up, Paul?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, P.O.
What's going on?
Hey,
How
hey,
you
You're
doing?
real
in the
beautiful.
I'm chuckling a little bit because like I actually kind of just lived this, right? So what we're seeing in that date is essentially a microcosm of what we've been seeing from them, you know, the whole time. And it seems like at this point they are adjusting a little bit to each other, right? But it does seem like Swayze has a little bit of that relationship PTSD going on to where he feels it coming on, like he's learned how to say something right away, you know, and you can hear him be like, relax, you know what I mean? Relax. I can understand where Kadian is coming from, where she's like, hey, you know, we've talked about getting here. You say you like me. I said I like you. There's no reason why we aren't there right now. Why aren't we there? Right. And you're just trying to figure it out. Like it literally happened to me, right? In my season, where I actually had to take a step back and be like, you know what? As much as we say that we could be there, she says she ain't there yet. Right. So I know it's not going to be easy, but I need to have a little bit of patience to let her figure some things out, because everyone's not going to figure it out at the same pace, at the same speed. You know what I mean? But it's coming off as if like it's a little bit naggy, right? Like all the time. And, you know, I was saying that sometimes she don't even let him finish his sentences. You know what I mean? And that's just what we're seeing, right? So again, we don't know them, but from what I'm seeing, like it's giving me a little bit of relationship PTSD as well. It's almost like it's kind of difficult to get through a weekend. You know, it's kind of difficult to get through an entire day without having some type of conflict or some type of altercation. And that gets tiring, you know, in a relationship when you have a feeling that it's going to come and it like makes you shut down. You know what I mean? It makes you shut down to a point where you're just accepting everything that she's given to you until you end up blowing up. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But it seems like they're both, you know, willing to work things out. And Swayze's being extra patient and understanding. Like he's really, really grown on me this season.
Likewise.
You know,
Likewise.
like really
Agreed.
grown on
Both
me.
of them. Both
Yeah.
of them. And Kadian's glow up, honey. I don't know what's going on, but when she started the show to where she is now, like when I see her, I'll be like, okay, supermodel is coming through. Her hair is laid, her makeup is gorgeous. I mean, she's beautiful anyway, but she just don't look like how she did in episode 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. She looks amazing, and I want to put that out there. And she wasn't one of my favorites, but I think.
Can I say something to that tune though? And
absolutely.
This probably goes between. This is people that don't understand this is me, you, Stacy, and Ty. You know, there's always that approval that you have to go through, right? In terms of your what you wear. And so I think that when they do write these stories, what they do a lot of times is they make people dress to the part, so to speak. have you, you know, just to show like a shift in, you know, who they are or whatever. I know for us, you know, by the time we got to this point in the season, we stopped listening and we just started doing what we wanted to do. And so that might be what you're seeing, Sabrina, when you're saying that, you know, you're seeing her, she's looking, you know, so much better from episodes 1 to 2 to now. Do you know what I mean?
That's interesting. See,
That's
I
why
don't
she, that's why she had the leg out, Paul. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
I mean, yeah.
I did love that outfit. She looked fire in that. I was
Yeah,
like,
but
go
from-
off, go
yeah,
I was
off,
getting
go
ready
off.
to say our
But they-
season was, I think, the last season that we had to endure like the strictness of the show.
Yeah.
After our
No, we
season,
had
it
it.
was like, y'all, I mean, especially how we see Miami now. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all can do this, y'all can do that, y'all
Yeah.
can
People
what?
wearing labels, name
Yeah,
brand, designer.
We
Crazy.
didn't even have phones.
Supporting us. We're not supposed
Right.
to.
We could not have our phones. We couldn't even make mention of our phones. You hear
Right.
me?
Wow.
Mm.
I have
Yeah.
a quick question.
Because
I
I was looking at
Mhm.
DC, the 2 DC seasons, and I was like, dang, they wildin'. But now Miami done took
Nothing
it.
compared to
I'm
Miami.
like whatever. Since 3 of y'all on here, let me go ahead and say whatever I said about DC being wild, I rescind.
Real quick, shout out to E Black TV. Thank you for the super chat. Much love. I'm sorry, guys.
was gonna say,
Yeah.
Jamala, since you spent time in the essence and presence of Swayze and Kadian, and I don't mean to be going hard on your friend or anything like that, but what do you feel like? Did you feel there was a static dynamic? Was it hectic? Was it smooth? Like, what are your thoughts since you were there in person that you can share?
We want it all.
I can share in person would be more of the getaway house. So I know someone made reference of like the soft girl side. I feel like we saw that out of Kay. Like, and you know, we had Sway nestled in the corner of her neck. Yeah, Sway. Like, I feel like it brought out, and you could see that through the TV. I wish, you know, they showed more of that, of what you could see when they were like mixing and mingling and how they interacted. And you see they had the matching sneaks and stuff like that. Now, as far as the date, it's hard because I feel like you're out of the 100% that we experienced during that time frame, you get what, 20% of it. So I can't even say, was she really cutting him off when he spoke? It could have been a clip that they edited and they stopped, and by the time they came back, she was like, okay, so what were we saying? Yeah, so tell me about me. Like, you know what I mean? So it's so hard for me to speak from that space because I know what it's like, and I know where it's like, nah, that edit's not right. So I can't even talk from it, but I do like that they're both being vulnerable, especially in their green screen. Like I talked about it in the beginning when I was doing like the recap of all of the parentals, the meetups. Like I think also when you talk off camera a lot, so when you get in front of the camera, you're like, all right, so what were we talking about? You know, I actually liked what you said when we were, you know, on the phone last night. Go ahead and tell, you know, my parent about that right now. Tell my godparent about that because I want it to be captured, right? And I think with edit, sometimes we with the editing for the purposes of entertainment, they pull certain things that you never know if it really was like an aha moment, but we don't catch it. And I think also to speak to friction, it's still early in the game. A lot of us are spending and putting in the time on the phone to get to know, you know, our connections. I think you have to be realistic and say, we're in dating. It's two people coming from two different experiences, from two different backgrounds, coming together to try to see what it can happen and what it looks like. They're going to collide somewhere at some point. We just have to see it play out on national television, right? So at that moment, I think the communication thing, like, is communication really a deal breaker when you're in the beginning and you can work with things? It feels like it, like, because I'm going to feel like you don't understand me and I don't understand you, right? So, I think it's even someone wrote it in the comments that I could see, like, you know, maybe her love language is words of affirmation and he's not giving enough of that. So I think we're watching it play out, what that can look like, and how do you get to a place of where when we're communicating, it works for both of us. Mm-hmm. Right now, what we're saying, it doesn't work for both of them. Hence why Sway is like, let me finish what I got to say, you know? And I think she's even saying, noticing men, because she says like, okay, well, I'll let you finish. Like, I think she's excited at the same time. So it's just a mix of things that I'm seeing on play out, you know? So in that scene, I appreciate it for the realness of what it was, of what we could see.
Yeah, and sometimes though, for women, if you just sort of pipe down just a little bit, the things that you need to learn about somebody, you'll get that, right? And there's a way to have that conversation, and it's not like to be super aggressive. And I get it if you're not getting you don't feel like you're covering the ground that you want, and in the time that you want, you still have to allow somebody to, give somebody the space for them to be them, so that they can come through, and then you can learn about that. Those things down the line.
Because it's gonna be like that in a marriage. You're not gonna be able to rush your man to take out the trash, rush him to take. It ain't gonna ever just.
Wow.
You gotta find your cadence.
Why?
Your melt, your groove. It's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can we just take a second really quick and appreciate how beautiful these women are on the panel with us right now? Like,
yeah, no doubt.
How gorgeous all four of you are.
Thank
like,
you.
So beautiful. So beautiful.
Yeah, and
Stacey's not even listening. My wife
just to that
is not even listening.
Just to that tune, though, I will say that when I watched this particular episode, I saw how much work that women have to actually put in. The matching eye stuff with the shirt and the fade and all that. I'm like, man, that's a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of work.
It is, and this is the work that we go through almost every day. Yes, we go through this every day. We get together. We get ourselves together. But keep it 100. We do it for us, and if you guys notice it, we definitely appreciate it.
Well, today, Sabrina, I did it for you because I had a long day. I was halfway raggedy and musty, but I cleaned it all up for your show.
Make work look good.
I've been watching all these old these princess, not Elizabeth, but Catherine the Great, all of these. So I feel like I'm living in my modest element.
Okay.
Well, FYI, just to say this too, shout out to you men because y'all are looking fabulous. Your shirt is giving, Gus. Your shirt is giving, Gus. Y'all are handsome.
That wasn't meant for us to get a repraise, back to us. It was just a genuine.
I know.
But I appreciate it.
But I didn't do it because you did it. I did it because I wanted to do it. Y'all look amazing. Y'all are very handsome.
Well, hold on. Let me fix my hair.
Go off.
Get it together.
I can do it for you.
Blue's your color.
Yeah, there you go.
Blue is your color. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Very nice looking panel tonight. Yes. All right, guys. Anybody want to give any more about Kadian and Swayze before we? Okay.
One last thing. He did because I saw in the comments and I was like, he did, right? And he did mention though she does cut him off a lot. He does. She does. She doesn't really let him finish. And it's just like P.O. said. And people have to understand, I come from both sides, all right? I am a homosexual man, so I'm into it with my feminine and masculine side. I can be like Kadian. I've been like Kadian, where I was just so outside of the moment that I couldn't just be still to see and receive all that man was giving me because I was all up in my own emotional jambalaya, right? Just insecurity, essentially. And that's just kind of what I went is, but I do appreciate how they are pushing through it together, how they seem to want the same thing. I've become a fan of the relationship throughout the show because at first I was like, oh, but I see that, you know what? Everybody has their yin yang sometimes. Everyone has a situation that works for them. And it seems like they both might be willing to move in the same direction. And that's a beautiful thing.
Great. Anything else, guys?
I love it. I like Kadian, by the way. I was just saying, if she was my friend, I'd be like, girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's
right. Me too. I'd be
that's
like,
it.
You could probably just chill for a second. He likes you.
Yeah.
You could just.
Yeah.
I'll say this. P.O.'s advice is something that I think watching back and you saying that, and even in situations with myself, advice I need to hear sometimes, right? And still need to learn. And I think as you're dating and getting to know your person or whomever that be, as you're just, exploring, what are some things that you can do, especially I know for me, I'm coming from a corporate background and an entrepreneur background where I'm doing it all, right? So I'm the talker. So having to come around to, and when you get into dating, it sometimes segues into that, and it's hard to pull back. I think it's such a great learning experience to watch this stuff back and be like, well, I see a little bit of me in that. Like, dang, I wish he would just let him say what he wants to say, because he looks like he wants to say it, but we don't give that opportunity sometimes. So,
but you know what we can appreciate about that, Jamala, because so I believe that it's Kadian that's a business owner, right? She's an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. So that means sales, right? I own a business. I'm in sales. So sometimes we're already. I think sometimes we're already trying to prepare for the segue. And you're absolutely right that sometimes we bring that into our personal relationships. And
that's not good.
The important thing is listening to feedback, like what Sabrina has going on tonight, because we're not just talking about the show, we're talking about real relationships stuff. We're digging deep, right? So I think that what has helped me improve on that is actually listening to feedback and being open to it and making changes to it. Because sometimes I have to think to myself, okay, say something, now count to 5, Stacey.
Sometimes take that, yeah.
Someone has to say before. But I think when we're you're programmed that way to already be ready for the next pitch, or be ready for the next sale, or be ready for the. So it's and it's almost like it's weird to say so in your brain you don't realize you're predicting the response, and then you're already rebutting it. You know what I mean? Before they can even say what they have to say. So I agree with the men on the panel. I agree with you guys. Sometimes we need to pause. Let's see what they have to say before we jump into to what's next on our mind. And the other thing is because we're entrepreneurs, because we're business owners, because we're go-getter women, we're already focused on solution finding. So we're going to already offer a solution before we even hear the solutions. Probably lies in what he has to say, and we're already on the next step. So I agree with you guys. It's important for us women sometimes, and it's not easy for us, because a lot of us, we're first generation everything, our age group, the age range of the show, our age range right now, a lot of us are the first to do anything in our family. College graduates, business owners, we're amongst the first. So I think that it's ingrained in us, okay, be ready. And it's a gift and a curse. It's a great gift for our professional lives. It's a curse for our personal lives if we don't realize how to separate the two.
Well, we got to break that pattern, because we learned that from our parents. And if you notice, a lot of our parents, they weren't able to become intimate because they were too wrapped up in a business world, especially the men, because that's what they were taught to seek. That was their era. That was their energy and their consciousness and their time of life. It was work. The stipulations were different between men and women, right? And so men had to, and that's why PO can say it so easy, is we had to learn to basically not tap into the business side, because if we want intimacy, we need to come to another level that entails us actually being personable, not a business transaction. So yeah, it's a huge thing, shifting beyond the DNA, so to speak, of the people behind us, especially like you said, Stacey, because we do have to give ourselves a lot of grace. And I think because we start giving ourselves grace, then we are able to heal a lot more easily and get to the space of healthiness, with being healthy with other people, especially intimately.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gus. I used to interview a lot of men, and a lot of them would say, their parents, mainly their father, but a lot of times their mother too, didn't even tell their kids that they loved them. So we're only one generation removed from that. I've met men my age who didn't hear I love you from their mother till they were 25 years old or whatever the case. And it was like a crazy situation to even get that. So yeah, I think because of the way we've accepted roles and things, it's time for everybody to kind of integrate the masculine and feminine. Because even when it comes to business, most of the wealthy men, they still lead with kindness, compassion. It's not just like, rah, rah, rah. You know, there's an empathy and a love for their crew, their team, their this or that gives them that extra edge. And, you know, they kind of climb the ladder that way with the more feminine side of things. So the more feminine.
All right, guys. Does anyone have anything else to say about Kadian and Swayze, this scene?
No, but I love that Capricorn moon goddess. I'm with you. I'm a Cap moon, so I get it.
All right, let's go ahead and move forward, guys. So the next scene, exactly. So the next scene, we do have Randall, who is meeting Jamala's mom and sister. Randall mentions. Randall mentions that he was not super excited because of what happened in the house last episode. Jamala's mom mentioned that, you know, Jamala did tell her about what happened and the incident that happened at the getaway, and Randall was like, oh my God. Y'all see Randall's face? He was like, what? He was shocked. Her sister tells Randall that if another lady is trying to step on her toes, talking about Jamala, Randall needs to know how to curb her. Randall says that Jamala needs to allow him to talk to the other women. It's a two-way street. Mom also brought some cue cards on behalf of her husband to ask Randall some questions. Randall did say that it did relax him a little bit to meet her mom and her sister, and her mom says that she feels he is pretty honest and just to take baby steps. So let's start with Jamala. Mm-hmm. After watching this scene, what were your thoughts? Were you like, yeah, that's how it happened? Or were you like, girl, no, girl, let me tell you about the editor. Let me tell you what really happened. Like, how do you feel about your view?
There was so many good moments. I'll say a moment now that I can think back was even talking about like meshing families, right? So if the show is set up to meet parents, like I feel like that's a jump, right? So in that you have those serious conversations. What does it look like coming over to the house on the holidays? Like, and I feel like even though Randall and I don't think we said in our greetings, besides, you know, he said like, I'm not even that excited. Like we were having a rough patch at that time. Like our first argument is shown on national television. Like that's a real moment, you know what I mean? And continued on for the next day, right? And so coming into this, it was just kind of like, well, let's see how this goes, you know? So having this piece that came over when we started talking about like, you know, he's like, you know, I miss at holiday time during Christmas time, like going over to the family's house and we all used to spend time together. In my family, that's what we do. Like we take it very serious, like get your matching pajamas, we cooking, we eating, what's up? Like, and he was like, yeah, I would like that. My sister was like, okay, well, you gonna be there? Like she was very like, all right, so you're coming, right? Because if you're invited, that's it. You can't necessarily back out now. So that was like a little funny moment there. And then even in like, you don't see it. I think they focus on Kay and like her eating, but actually I'm big on eating off of people's plate. So I'm huge on that. So him watching like our families interact and doing that, it was kind of like, this is why she's like this. Like those interactions were good. I think, you know, my sister really was talking to him also about, you know, he's a transplant in Miami from DC. You know, you coming here, you know, what are some accomplishments that you feel like you've had being here? And he really gave a really nice answer and response to like accomplishing things. It was a little bit more drawn out than what we got at the getaway house when he was kind of just saying I accomplished all these things and there was no one to accomplish, no one to share the joy with. So he went into a little bit more detail there. So we missed that there. And I think my sister's response about like learning to curve women is because if you're sitting at this table right here and we're talking about a moving forward and based on your responses, like, do you not know how to move around? You're in a field where you're consistently around women, and I come from that health background field, so I'm used to that, and I'm most used to dating men like that. And I'm used to actually dating men that aren't even in the same city as me. I date a lot of long distance men actually. So in that, it's like, well, Jamala knows how to navigate. Like, she puts her all into it. How are you going to do that? And if you can't, how are you going to curve these women? Is really where she was coming from, and we kind of miss a little bit of that in that conversation. And my mom is very much so like the snail person. Like, I think she gave an honest assessment. Like, at the end of the day, we really don't know him, right? We can't say we know him from this first sit down. So realistically, yeah, you're all giddy. But think back to that, Jamal. What do you know? You know, you can only know as far as what he tells you. And she knew that at that point, we probably were spending 6 hours on the phone every day. Like, we put in real time as far as getting to know each other. So my mom is like, yeah, but that's what she mentions. You can know someone for 30 years. And my parents have been married 35 plus years. So she's like, you can know somebody for 30 years and then don't know who they are one morning. Wake up and it's a whole other person, right?
Like, look at the Kardashian and Jenner.
Look at that situation. So she gave sound advice, right? I think her advice was sound. I feel like I'm watching other people kind of comment and they missed that. Like, my mother was truly saying, like, no, you need to slow, take baby steps for sure. And I'm glad you mentioned it, Sabrina. And can we just call out, because I'm so tired about this makeup thing. If you look at the color of my dress when I'm walking up, right, and my makeup when I'm walking up, and then you go from one side of the table to the next side of the table, the colors are changing, which then affects my makeup. And I'm like, who did it? Wait till I see you. Because
the lighting.
I think
the color lab
that she's done every single episode, first of all. And no, I don't need my money back. It's so sad because she did such a phenomenal job. And the way it's edited, like, that's not how you really think you can walk around Miami with a mismatch in makeup. Come on now. Like, it's so hard to watch.
Somebody, whoever was.
Girl, I can't stand that criticism. It makes
Yeah, I feel like whoever was rolling the camera down there when your camera guy was on, somebody didn't shoot that portion flat, and they tried to probably color it, and then they screwed you on that.
On every single shot, because even the color of the dress dulls out. Like, that's a bright auburn dress, and when you go from left to right, it almost looks it's dulled out a different color.
Right.
And I'm like, what is this? Why are you doing this to me? And I feel so bad because I'm on a tangent. Tag the makeup artist because she's, makeup is, colors and different depths and things like that, and you miss it. And like, to your point, P.O., even sorry to go back to the getaway house, like, my eyeshadow's purple, but if you watch it again, there looks like purple fuchsia on my cheek. Like, why would my blush be purple fuchsia on my cheek? Like,
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
You know what?
They're not
at the end of
shooting
the day, you don't owe anybody an explanation as to why the lighting was off or why the setting was off or any of that. You're a beautiful person. And if anybody's, forget whoever's being petty enough to say that, because we know how. I was just complaining before we started about my lighting making me look crazy.
Carrie.
We know how easy it is for the wrong lighting setting, or like if you're sitting at a table and it's a contrast color. We know how to throw everything off. And I just really hate, that is some of the criticism and probably like bullying that you've received.
You already know we all have gotten that.
We've been there. I've been there. We've been there.
So Jamala, what'd you say, Gus?
The good stuff. Like, can I get back to Jamala instead of the makeup now that she said that? Sorry, I just
got
a question. I'm gonna forget it. So now as I get to like interact with you, I just see the type of woman you are. You are just a powerful, strong, direct. You're like, and let's go, let's do this. Why not? Why not? Why not? Yes, yes, yes. I know what I want. I love that. Was it difficult then for you to deal with someone like Randall, who was so different from being able to receive that from you? And obviously that's probably why we've seen you bump heads a couple times, because you're just like, are you showing up or not? Like, you seem like just very forthright. You know what I mean? And that's a great quality, but like, how has that been for you dating men who don't can't meet you there, or have you dated men that met you there and it's been more complicated? You know what I mean? Like, what's been the dynamic for Jamala when she's dating, being your authentic self? Because you also possess an awareness too. So there's that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. To partake it back to the show a little bit and edit it out is like, I don't know if you remember or can think back, like, but a lot of the men keep saying like Jamala's so funny, like Jamala's so like, she's really funny, but you don't see any of that personality. Actually, you don't see a bit of that. And I think when I first meet people, my dating style, because to your question, is very much so, I don't even ask you all those questions, especially on the first date. I'm just like, just let me get to know you in this perspective. It could also be a defense mechanism, because when I go deep, right? I get into it. So, and I can say, when I think of men that I'm attracted to, I actually prefer even keeled men, because I am up here a lot of the time. So I need you to be down here. I don't want to be a couple that comes in and it's always like, oh, here they go again, like the two extra ones. I prefer you to be a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, I end up dating, if I was to call professions, a lot of software engineers or things like that, like men like that high IQs and things like that. But at the same time, you never really know them. And a lot of times they're hilarious. So that in Randall, I get that. And Randall's a person who, he speaks once and he's like, hold on to that, because I said what I said. Like, and I'm like, well, say it again. Like, and what else? So, and that's where you find me kind of pushing the responses from him, not necessarily pushing him, because he is, let's be real, he's 6'5", 200 something pounds. You really can't force that man to do anything, and he's a stubborn person. And I think in my dating experiences, I'm so used to dating men like that, stubborn men, or I'm used to dating men that are a little bit more reserved, so they're not as chatty as I am. So I think I just eventually just got used to dating men like Randall. So he wasn't, when I met him, he wasn't a surprise to me or something that I felt like I couldn't handle or be able to navigate through. So yeah, that's what I would say. He's a good glimpse of a characteristic in his personality that I'm very much so used to.
Right.
Now, how that works out next episode, I might barbecue him. He may barbecue me. We'll see.
So wait, I'm sorry. No, I was.
Yo, don't even play, Pio. I saw what you did last time with Rye. You were trying to get into it, trying to get extra info.
I liked.
No, I'm not.
I like that thing. I also liked your sister. I know she's in the chat. Hey, sis. It seemed like your sister had a din mom type of vibe, and I know my sister would come strong for me too. I wanted to ask, you did have kind of touched on other connections, right? And I wanted to ask what those other connections were, because there were some things that I saw that I wanted to see if you would speak to. Mainly, I felt like I saw something with you and Justice early on.
Oh, Juju. Juju special, isn't he? I think our connection was just finding out about each other. I think we stayed in that space. And, you know, as you can see my reaction, like I think that's more of a good representation of my characters, because so many people were so offended by what he was saying. And I'm just like, well, not my cup of tea. Like, what if people want me to get up or cuss him out or come at him in a certain way? And it's just like, why? You just, let's continue to share this meal. We are here. And there's no real reason to be upset. He is who he is. And we come up with the coining justice is where I sat with that. So listen, let me sit tight and stay cute and continue just to listen to him. And at some point, eventually, you know, as you can see, that's not a major for me. I'll say that. But, you know, I wouldn't say what we see again is all of Justin's. Specifically in the date that we do have when we're chatting, towards the end of the date, he actually eventually comes in the parables that he always talking, and he starts talking straight. And we were able to have a conversation, and I saw another side of him too, but it still just wasn't for me. So that's that one.
I loved how you showed up in that date too. I was like, Jamala, because I don't always know if I'm as graceful, but I thought that was amazing because he was just throwing stuff left and right. And you were like, okay, great. I'm here. I'm going to, do this thing and we're good. Like, just not for me.
That's that grown woman stuff. Like,
I love it.
You sometimes when you in your grown woman, you can't take her out of it. Like, what you want her to be bothered? No. Okay, that's you, boo. Okay. Do you?
I got another question, Jamala. What have you learned about yourself from this experience?
Ooh.
Took the words out of my mouth. I'll get into that later, Tyrone.
Can we answer Sabrina? Sabrina, you let us know like where we're at. Okay.
No, I mean, I love it. I love it. It's a lot of questions in the chat that I really want to ask you from, the people that support you. They're asking a lot of questions, and I do want to get some of the questions answered by you for them. So, but the chat, I mean, of the panelists, honey, they're loving you. So, we're going to make time for what we can make time for, and we might have to skip over a couple other things, but you already know how I kind of feel about, this. So yeah, let's go. Let's go. I love it.
So I'll say one, like, I feel like I found myself like caring from a space that I didn't even know I had inside of me. So that was big. I didn't even know, like, you're kind of pushed to your limits, I think, in this situation, especially when you're committed to it. You're committed to this journey, I'll say, because I can't even use the word that P word anymore. So you find you're here, you're ready to love, you feel like you already love. Can you love from a place you've never loved from, like, and dealing with what you're dealing with? And I saw that in myself.
What got you there? If you can say, I don't mean pertaining to the show, but like, what got you to that space? If we can ask that question, 'cause, like, I'm not trying to, but can you share with, like, what that aha moment was for you? That
I have a feeling I get it.
I don't know if I can say just I don't know.
Okay.
It's a shock to me too. Like, even I think being able to, from what we're seeing, right, come out of the space of where we were. And again, I gave you a little background about me being dismissive. I think when I turned back around after I in the house, and we can touch on it. Like, when I took my stuff, remember, Ra and I are at a space where we're like, we're best friends, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, we want a romantic relationship, and at the same time, we also see each other as best friends. So let me remove myself best friend, because clearly it's not me, because this is my boundary. I can't do it. So when I came back to have the conversation, that wasn't me. Jamala would have taken all of her stuff and never came. There was nothing for me to come back to. Like, let me go lay out by the pool side, whether production tells me I can or not. I'm not coming back. There's nothing for us to. Even when I came back, I was like, "Well, you want to cook with me?" But I literally was in a space of, this isn't going to be for me, because if you don't realize my boundaries, then do you know who I am? Like, you know what I mean? And in that experience, there's probably exes that are watching that's like, you didn't say nothing to him. Like, you didn't tap him in the forehead and say nothing. Like, the growth that I saw myself, I'm over here like, I said what I needed to say. That's, if we were having that conversation and Randall was sitting next to me versus, in the bed laid back, you would have heard how I was saying it, but you probably wouldn't have reacted the way you reacted. Like, you need to make a choice. You are pushing me to my limit. And seeing, right? So me saying that, I said what I said, I meant what I said. And in that, me being able to express it that way versus screaming, or versus, me 10 years ago probably would have reacted that way, or I would have just walked in and blew up and tapped you in the forehead. I know you're not trying me on national show. Like, this is too, I found myself not doing it. So Ty, things I learned about myself is I see growth. And I'm going to continue to see growth in myself. And I came into this situation screaming from the hilltops, I am whole. I am so whole. Like, so I learned that no, being whole is a continuous evolving, like, continuous journey that you don't just reach because you said you're there, or because you've been handling other conflicts prior to the show well. Like, no. Whoa, that I think that was the biggest one for me, realizing that being whole takes time, and it's continuous and it just doesn't stop. Like, and even with relationships, you know, are you whole there? I could have been just saying like, I'm whole and being content while single, but what does whole look like while trying to date and be in relationships? You know, so I think that was the biggest one. I'm going to say that one because I know I was in my interviews. I'm like, I'm a whole person and da 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 da. And even in, just to give a little back, going back to meeting his ex, that was what I actually said. What is your goal? My goal was, because I just didn't feel like doing this round table. Why are we here doing this interview when I felt like I should be getting information from you? You know, I want the tea from you. And we ended up being interviewed, right? So I was just like, I'm not going to be in this round table like we're in corporate setting and repeating similar things because I also want to be in corporate. You know, I also want to be an entrepreneur and stuff like that. So I took it from the stance of, I want to be whole and look how this would look like in relationship with my partner. And Ren already knew my goals, so there was no reason for me to be repetitive. And you know, who am I trying to prove that to? You like, you don't make a deciding factor in this. So, but it was cut to just say like, I want to help him with his organization.
I actually loved the conversation. We applauded you for your ability to express your boundaries, right? And we talked about that for a bit. My follow-up question was, how difficult was it for you to sacrifice a little bit of your boundaries for the sake of someone else's journey?
I think that's a part of me. I think that's a piece of me, something I need to do better with. I just think I multitask extremely well. So in relationships to business.
Nah, sis, quit the bullshit.
So we were saying, like,
quit the bullshit. He giving you your flowers. Like he's saying like, okay.
But you don't have to. Like,
we set boundaries. Like in our brains, sometimes as men and women, we set these boundaries. We like, all right, this is the line in the sand. I ain't crossing this. This is where it is. But it's not that you cross your boundary. You moved it to allow a little more space for someone else's growth. And that's
for grace.
For you. Yeah, that's commendable. I think in just life in general, we have to know that sometimes our boundary, we're not moving our boundary or lowering our standards, but we're allowing exactly what you said, a little grace. Okay, let me meet you where you are so I can fully understand you a little better. Y'all laughing at your comment though. Go ahead, answer that question, girl.
I was getting ready to say, let's ask some of these questions real quick, guys. So Capricorn Moon Goddess says, so did the olive juice actually mean I love you, as in y'all were saying y'all were in love?
It did not. So olive juice literally is a running insider. So you realize like outside of what y'all are just watching, there's a whole bunch of conversations happening where we're getting to know each other. Guys, I want the viewers and people that, to realize that, and I'm sure you all can speak to that. I know Sabrina at the end, you were like, "You don't call me, well, how am I to choose you?" Like, so that wasn't what I was experiencing. Like, we're talking about from like the pool party, like a constant day to day, like conversation that's happening. I mean, like hours on hours. Like we just have jobs that are flexible and careers that allow us to do that. You know, thankfully. So when we're saying olive juice, it's he's actually excited. They don't show it well, but we had been saying that for probably the week before. Like it's always like, okay, whatever, I hate you, da da da. He's like, now you love me. I'm like, yeah. So it looks, when you mouth olive juice, it looks like you're saying I love you. So on FaceTime, I'm like, okay, sure. And then it just became a thing. So when we get to the calendar date and you're supposed to put something, you're supposed to do a label. You know, I think up to that point, I don't even think he thought I was serious or I was really as engaged as, because on the phone, like I'm mean, but when we get in the camera, I'm like, hey, cutie. Like we finally get to see each other. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And stuff like that. So when he saw that I had switched out the labels, like asked the lady to do olive juice, he was like, oh, shoot. Like his facial expressions, people don't know him, so they don't know what he means by that. But I know that when he was like, are you serious? Like, you did that? What he's saying is like, you did that? Like, So when he saw that, that's what it was. So olive juice at that point, we weren't saying I love you. Like the olive juice is truly just an insider and a joke. And what I was asked to do was to go around the room. There were like different sayings on these like within these picture frames. And one of the picture frames said something about I love you, but I wasn't asking like, do you love me? It was more of like, well, do you, in this process, do you see yourself being in love, falling in love? You know, what can that look like? It wasn't saying like, love me right now. That's not what it was. The olive juice was the insider, the joke. And yeah, I wasn't telling him to say I love you.
So now y'all know. Next question, we have Janika Thompson. She says, ask Jamala, how did you feel about Randall's and Kayla's relationship, period?
I think the connections that are there, this is the purposes of connecting. Like, I can't necessarily speak to it because I wasn't in what they were connecting on. You know, I can only speak to mine, but as far as theirs, I think we all were getting to know each other. You know, I think there's just levels, and there is, like I said, there is a spectrum, and where you fall is where your relationship or what your connection will fall into.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a follow-up.
Okay. Yes, Tyrone.
There was a follow-up question to that. So I understand that you have connections and there's things that you don't see until you get to the house, right? How different was the connection with Randall and his other connections that you saw in person based off of what you imagined their connections were?
Yeah. I think I was more, when getting to the house, I was more to a space of like, you see other people are making their statement, like Mike and Brandy being in a room is a statement. You know, what is a statement that you're going to make here? So for me, it was just more of wanting that. I think there's so much edited out in that house that if I was to talk about that, you'd be like, what? She did what? Like, because that's not the character that's played, right? I can first say, no, I was not following this man around the house. Let's start there, right? And two, I can say, just to give a little bit of insider tea, that swimsuit that I was wearing, Rob picked that. So you don't see him when he turns around and breaks his neck, he never turns back around. Let's just call a showstopper what a showstopper is now. I'm just gonna come into my bag real quick, like. I'm talking about you could have been scratching the back. You might as well have scratched his eyes out because he never turned back around until I got to that seat. You know what I'm saying? And then I was making these faces like I was in pain. I was actually in pain because I actually suffered from a fibroid that I just found out about that time. I was actually heavily medicated. Like they had to medicate me to continue seats. Like, so I'm actually wincing from pain, not wincing from what I'm seeing. When he first walks in, when Tommy's there, so the scenes are kind of jumbled. So just going back to that. He's mouthing to me, are you okay? And I'm like, good. But he's walking in with Kayla. So that scene, you don't really see that happening in our interaction. But to go to, I'm sure, the infamous scrotum comment, it was more like her hand was wrapped around his leg and leaned up on him. Like, that was a bit much. Like, come on. Like, that's what I wanted to happen, right? That's the irrational side of what, when you're seeing your connection doing more. You're doing a lot for me, you know? And then even, so watching the situation, so from the hot tub, it makes it look like, oh, they're going to the room. That conversation was never had in front of me. I don't know if they pieced words there to make it seem like that. From the hot tub, it gets up and we go to the ping pong table. And then I'm placed at the ping pong table and like, we'll sit here. It's like, I kind of want to go in the house. Like, no, sit here. But looking back now, I see why I needed to sit there. So it can look like, okay, well, you're watching. And I sent Sabrina a clip of the house. So if you look at my first walk up, I'm walking out past the pool table. They play it back to make it look like I'm walking to his room. His room's the other way. I'm walking past the pool table. That goes outside. That was actually my original walk up out. And it was used to make it look like I'm walking around the house to walk towards the room. And
Why would they do that? Why would they do something?
So I sent a picture of the house to show, like, if you go back to the beginning, like, yeah. So watching the connection question,
reality.
it's all the way back at the front. You see the pool table at the first part of that video. So going back to the question, watching the interaction, it kind of was like, I see what's going on. See, it looks like, see, if you look at the pool table, if I'm walking straight, that'd be walking outside to go towards the pool, not walking back towards the rooms. Anyways, have me back, Sabrina, so I can tell real tea about other things that happen, you know? So I can really see.
I got a few.
You can't deny it. There's cameras here, but you know. So
I got a juicy one.
I got a few.
All right.
Go ahead, guys.
Oh, can I
got
do
a
one
juicy.
more? Sorry. When Randall and Tanika win the date, because you know it's one question, then you're out. I don't like how people are like, how do you not know him? If you would have said
that horrible date.
I didn't even know where that date was. So I watched somebody send me a little clip from your last episode. I cannot fabricate or false portions of reality. I'm not going to perpetuate these false narratives, right? If I would have went that way, that's not even where my room was. So I'd have to be going into people's rooms, and that's not what I was doing. So like, I didn't even know that date was happening. We hadn't even eaten dinner yet. So we all, when they went on their date, we go into the kitchen, cooking, eating. There would be no way for me to be stalking this date. And I didn't even know that the date was so close. Again, I tell you,
could you hear her singing and all that?
I didn't even know that they was there. We in the house kiki and drinking.
No, literally. When I saw the scene, I was like, can the people inside hear this? Because I'd be like trying to come to the window like, what? Y'all can hear it?
I didn't even know that was happening. Again, if I would have heard noise, I wouldn't have known it was coming from because I didn't even know the date was happening that close. I really thought they was gonna get these mermaids, and I thought they were at least gonna eat. They didn't even eat on that date. So when they came back, and I was like, they're famished, and we're just finishing up, like wrapping up washing dishes, and they start eating and start talking about the date. Like, again, there's just so many things that are like misconstrued, I guess, for the purpose of, you know, reality TV. I can't
Scripted
perpetuate
television.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but as a castmate, also, I can't come on here and perpetuate this narrative when I know that's not true.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Right.
Next,
let me ask Ty really quick. So, Kayla was on last week, and other people look. This is just my opinion. I haven't seen this like connection between her and Randall so deeply, like she spoke about last week. Did you feel or see that through this process?
I didn't. I think in the process, you want your connection to be your connection, right? And we're aware of other people, but I think you kind of never really know where you truly fall. Like I keep saying, this spectrum. And I can say even when, for me, even when he and I are having a disagreement, his mood is still changing based on the disagreement. So for me, if I can only speak to me, if I saw that you were that affected by that, I would know that you are it's bothering you, right? Because if you didn't have the connection, and if it wasn't as deep as it was, it'd be like, well, there goes -1, you know, perfect. I got 2 others. So for me, that's just from my space of it. So I think the connections are there, again, things where you can't necessarily watch everything. You only have X amount of dates that production tells you you're going on, and then you have phone time. So I know if I'm spending 6 to 8 hours on the phone, I don't know what, you know, how deep their connection could be. I think, you know, you give it time to foster, and what they had may have been something that resonated differently for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, because my intuition, I feel like, is pretty strong, so I catch those things real quick. So that's why I was asking, because if it was what she was saying it was, which I feel like this episode then that we watched tonight kind of contradicts what she said last week, not calling her out, but just speaking what I witnessed, I would have noticed that intuitively. I would have been like, I would have felt it.
Gus, what did you say last week? Because I missed the episode, last week's episode. So can you clarify?
Tyrone, go off.
Yeah, I was gonna go on I was gonna go a different way, but basically, you know, basically what Gus is saying is what Kayla was saying is not what we were seeing. You know,
So that's why I'm asking Jamala how much she
what
felt.
we're seeing.
Wait,
Yes.
and not like I'm serious. I don't mean any kind of way. Like, what was some of the things that because I had a funeral, so I was out, so I totally missed everything. So I'm just catching up.
We dug in her a little bit, basically asking, you know, if you are saying that none of these dudes is checking for you, why were you waiting? Right? That was one of the things. And we thought it was we asked her why was she waiting for Mike? And then she said it wasn't Mike who she was waiting for.
That Randall was her number one connection. That's from the jump. It's what she wanted and she was most interested in, and that the editing shows differently. But you can't put words into people's mouths like what she said this episode and place it just anywhere without it being in context still of the intention of what you're saying. So that's why I was trying to ask.
Yeah, and she was basically saying that she was done and over it and all that.
Yeah.
But it's not. Doesn't seem that way at all.
I don't know, Ty. They said that about me.
Ty, P.O., Sabrina, Stacey, can you all speak to what you feel and what you see? Like, so Joy and Clifton, did that feel like a secret to you? Who was on that
No,
season?
so I was on that one, and it was from the door, from the mixer. From the mixer, it was on. They was on and popping from the mixer on down. You know, I even hated to have to go out with Joy because I'm like, we're really just wasting time. You know, but we did eat good though, so
hey,
it happens. I did have another. Since we get into the tea, I did have a follow-up question, Jamala, that will have some more follow-up questions. Based on how you hold it. Go ahead,
Tyrone. I gotta pee.
Wait, just remember it, because I think it's good to stay here. Sorry, Ty. Just to remember it, it's similar to Mike and Brandy's connection, and Mike is actually my other connection. Mike and I got a full handshake every time we see each other. Mike was carrying me around the pool. I was on Mike's back the majority towards the end of the pool party, and then at the end also. Mike carries me out to the foyer of the mansion. So it's clicked. Like, you miss on our handshakes, you miss on the conversations you have, you miss on our date. But again, being in the space that I am as a castmate, I can see it. So then it becomes a question as a woman, you know what I mean? Is this a competition? Is it a game for you? And for me, this is my real life. So it's just like, what do you take that as? You can take it as this connection looks deeper, or you can take it as, well, it's time for me to get into game mode because it's time to win this thing. And for me, it was like, let me gracefully bow out of this. I can see how Brandy looks at Mike, and I can see how I can see it. You know what I mean? So, and I think in the same sense, in the same token, if you're looking at me and Randall, people would say the same thing. So is it a competition for you? Is it a game? It depends on where you fall as a contestant on the show.
So basically, you're not
I'm
for the
confused.
shits, because we literally said Kayla's for the shits.
You said that to her? That's not nice, Ty.
He said.
I said it from the first week. I said, I feel like Kayla's for the shits. And she came on, and I let her know that that's what I said. And
wait, what do you mean by that? I need you to
I meant that, you know, we literally just talked about the competitive nature of it all. And I said, I feel like Kayla can read the room. She can read people's body language. You know what I mean? And she subconsciously enjoys the hunt. She enjoys the chase. She enjoys, I don't want to call it the manipulation, but I feel like she enjoys putting a little bit out there, you know, when the dude seems to be falling back. You know what I mean? And I feel like she wants to win. And I don't know what winning means. I don't know how winning may hurt someone else, but that was just my opinion. It's just what I was seeing. She literally asked me, what do I mean by the shits? And I was like, I'm trying to figure it out. You tell me. But she literally was confirming everything that I was saying as we were having the conversation. She was like, yeah, I am competitive. And, you know, and she even said it in the show. Does it look like me not being competitive? Right? So,
Well, I missed all that. I don't know what I was doing.
Oh,
Maybe I'm low key.
I usually try to be honest with people if I say something about them. You know.
But you don't think so. In fairness to Kayla, like you don't think like sometimes because like when we're dating, it's hard to navigate things, right? So you don't think like, okay, if someone says, "Oh, let me step back and see what energy you on, what wavelength you on," that's not what it was with her, from your opinion,
Right. So we wasn't digging into her the whole time. Like I did ask her, did you see a point where you felt like you wanted to self-eliminate? And she said yes, right? At the house. I thought about self-eliminating. And then that's almost where we kept going. Like if you thought about self-eliminating at the house, and then you admitted that they weren't checking for you at the house, then, what are we doing? And then she gave an answer as if, she checked out and she was done, right? Gus?
Yeah, 100%. We weren't giving her the shit the whole time, Stacey. We were actually very generous with her.
Remember, this is the episode I missed. So I'm just kind of like trying to figure out what y'all are talking about in all honesty. And I'm talking it out based on what I'm hearing from y'all.
Yeah.
So
she said that Randall was her strongest connection and that she wasn't into Mike really. That's what she said. She said Randall was her strongest connection the whole time.
Said that on the episode or on the
on our panel last week,
yeah.
Which didn't make sense from what we're viewing, and then it didn't make sense tonight for the episode either because it's contrary to what she said last week. That's all we're talking about, and I'm just asking if Jamala noticed being on the show that type of energy.
Well, thank y'all for bringing me up to speed, Jamala.
You got it.
We'll you.
My eyes were on my connections. I cannot confirm nor deny things
Yes.
that have been seen and unseen.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
No,
why
I think,
Yo.
So now that we got that out, Jamala.
But it's kind of what we've seen the show do. Like we end up in a square and it's hard trying to navigate through that. Like you'd have to ask Kayla what she saw, because like I said, I'd be in the same scenes and didn't see what was going on, missed certain things. So certain cues, and also like what's being said via, in their conversations, I can't speak to because I wasn't in them. So
okay.
And to be fair, I do believe, like this comment says, Randall was doing the process. He was dating. That was what the process was all about. We also made that clear last week. Like, we get it, but we also understand where you're coming from when you are in the process. But let's go like to Joy and Clifton, who are like from the jump. We're like, why are we going to be in this process when we know we are each other's? So there's that fine balance, and we understand all of the circus that goes on behind and in front of the scenes.
So Jamala.
So, well, I have a quick question, just a quick one. Is there, what is it, just one more episode left, or?
The season finale, one more.
yeah.
Okay.
And then a turbulent reunion. Stay tuned.
Yeah, but they're all turbulent.
Girl, I'm just trying to see what Justin got. Not Justin, my bad. Justice got to say at the reunion because that one right there perplexed me. Like when Jamie, when you were talking about had your blood pressure up, anytime this man opened his mouth, I was like, why? Like my blood pressure was on, like I was literally on 10 anytime he opened his mouth because nothing made sense at all.
Yeah, I think Justice probably was just over it, to be honest.
How you be over it before it even starts though?
So Jamala.
I mean, that's possible. I won't say why or how here, but that's possible. Huh?
That's one of your friends?
Mine?
Yeah, yours. You the only one.
Oh, no, I don't know him personally. No.
Oh, I'm like, what is the basis of your argument? Like, are y'all friends? Like, do you know something I don't know? Like, do I need to extend grace? Like, tell me so I can know, because you're like, he was probably over it, but I'm like, he was over it before he started, or he was like over all the women because he was too full of himself. Okay.
Bam.
I mean, yeah, I'll decline any further comment.
With your reverb on your microphone right now.
Oh, is it reverbing? I'm sorry.
No, it just sounds like it's like studio sound. It's fine. I like it.
No, and you know, y'all know we're cast members, so we're like cast friendly. But in all of these seasons, this is the one that perplexed me. JL, bye.
Jamala.
So
I haven't said anything for 25 minutes. Bye.
it's all good.
Exactly.
Now, this
Get on my
win
wife
has
like
some
that.
follow-up questions, Jamala. So earlier you had mentioned wanting to see a statement from Randall, right? About your connection. Since we did have mentioned Kayla, there was some sort of confirmation that y'all did stay in the same room together. Is that something you can confirm or not?
Yeah, both nights.
Just that y'all stayed in the same room. Okay. So when was that confirmed? When did y'all have that conversation that y'all were going to stay in the same room? Because that would determine a pretty big statement, right? If that is something that you already knew was going to happen walking into the house.
Yeah, that was already. I wouldn't have expected him to stay any. If that would have been that would have been a just jump back in that BMW and pull off. Like,
right.
You know,
Okay.
so I think to answer some of the questions, Sabrina, it was when did Randall confirm that this is something that we're moving forward from what he was telling me, right? In the process was really early on. We were connected from after day one. And to say that he was focused on us. So Tommy actually says at the all-white party, go to your connections and have that conversation. And that was one of the conversations that we were having about this is where I want to be. Like, this is what I'm pursuing. Yes, we have these other connections. But I guess the depths of them obviously differ. Right. So
I'm just trying to ask this the right way. So knowing that you two are going to stay in the same room both nights, did that give you so did that give you some added, so I was going to ask, did that give you some added security seeing him with other connections, or was it the reverse?
Good question. I'm going to say knowing where we were, right, and walking into the getaway house and where it was and what I was seeing, I feel like the touching and stuff like that, that's expected, right? That's what you're probably doing on your dates anyways, like holding hands and things like that. I felt like it was going a little too far. So again, I think the space where I then found to say, you know what, this is my boundary and you've now crossed it, is to have somebody in the room we possibly would have stayed in. So that's why I react that way, because I would not have and into some sense, I'm glad I saw what I saw, because that's not the room we're staying in. If somebody's laying on top of the sheets that we would have been laying on, if that makes sense. So we spent, just to give insight, since it was said already, like, which they don't show, like, we spent that night having obviously the conversation of what occurred. Like, we fell asleep in all of our clothes. And again, so my fervor was kicking my butt. So even, I think, again, to go back to what I wasn't trying to allude to, where knowing that I could care past my feelings, was that he still would rub in his anger, he still was rubbing my stomach and still like, are you okay? Like, but let's talk through what just happened.
Are you okay? in Randall's fine tone.
That was amazing.
So basically,
I had a quick question. Were there not enough rooms? Like, was the rooms disproportionate to the amount of people that were there, forcing couples to sort of stay in a room?
No, there was enough rooms for every single person. It was a big house. It was a huge house.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
okay.
I was just trying to get down to what was upsetting you.
On the last.
And was it something that we weren't seeing, and who initiated it? Like, because it would all make sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it would make sense if Kayla was initiating, the extra that was upsetting you, because we literally just said that she was for the shits, right?
I kind of got that.
That's what I was getting at.
With that.
I didn't think Randall expected me to respond that way. And again, like as you're getting to know each other, you really don't know what people's boundaries are. So for me, it'd been a preference of having this young lady sitting at the edge of the bed or even in the chair. But for me, I feel like my boundary already was being in a room where we possibly share heads. My stuff was already in there.
Yeah. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, were you upset from Kayla initiating? Oh.
Those were
no,
her words.
He knew exactly what he was doing, and I just feel like for him to be like, "Why don't you trust? Why do you be like?" If I think I'm finna sleep in here, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I need
so
my
like,
hat.
if he was reciprocating, or if Randall was like initiating it, then I would understand, and then it would make me, question him more, to why he keeps saying that
both parts, right? There's
undecided.
two connections.
It's
Ty, they're still connecting, and I think they felt that was okay. I know that I think it'd have been a whole different story. Like, had he been on the bed, we may have been like, "Well, we wish we could talk to Jamala. She's still in jail." Like, you know what I mean? It would have been a different.
I knew I liked you.
It would have been a different discussion. Like what happened? Like, I don't know. I just clicked out. But I think in the separation, and to his response was that he was going to go change in the bathroom. But for me, my boundary was where my boundary, and I needed it respected. But again, I think the grace comes in because that's not something we voiced. I don't think that's something that he even expected to happen. I don't know if it's something she expected to happen. I really don't know their game plans of what it was. We are digging deep, but yeah.
Okay.
You are better than me because I would not have slept in the same room. I've been like, oh, there's another room. I'm going to go sleep in there.
Lydia said Vonto.
Oh, we didn't sleep in that room. That's
but you know what I mean.
That's what again.
We would have been sleeping in separate rooms.
All over that bed. No, thank you.
Nope.
Okay, so I do have a question, and this is like a petty question. So a lot of people were saying, like, why did and it wasn't even in the chat. I just was reading the comments from other places. People were like, why Jamala just go in there and grab her hat, but she left everything else? She left.
I forgot. It was a moment.
What was the reason for you to go in? Was it because you was about to go like by the pool, or was you like, yeah, I'm just letting you know my stuff is right here, and I'm just coming to get my hat?
So that was me getting my stuff and leaving. That was me like, let me dismiss myself. Church finger up. Like, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm like, excuse me, because there's like so many cameras, like a line. No, because I forgot that. I think the swimsuit another swimsuit may have been in his bag. I forgot all that stuff was there. On top of it, though, was like 2 hats. Like, okay, well, let me just get my stuff and get up out of here. And is this what y'all doing? Oh, okay. I don't need to be here then. Like, this doesn't, let me not interrupt this moment then. Okay. This real moment, if that's what that is.
Let me interrupt, but not interrupt, because that was definitely an interrupt.
Because I was interrupting, right?
Yeah. You were making, your presence.
You were making a statement.
Way. Yeah, a statement.
That was my statement, Gus. Thank you. Like, don't be fooled. Like, I can remove myself if that's what you really want to be.
I feel like I've been you many a times. That's why it's easy for me to see you. Like, I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, excuse me, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I mean to interrupt. I'm just going to grab my hat.
Yeah, at the same time, like, and when you, in hindsight, 2020, right? I wish I didn't do anything, right? I feel like of course, I wish I would have handled it, but honestly, I wish I just didn't come back to the room, like grab that stuff, and we didn't have the conversation at all on camera. But yeah, I was in that moment. It was just like, let me grab what I have here. If anything, I could get that later or ship it to me at this point.
You were feeling some kind of way, and it is what it is.
You were in your feelings.
Like, when you were going in on Randall, you were like, you were tickling her, or she was tickling your scrotum and all, you know what I mean? That was a really hot argument between you guys. Like, do you feel like you wish you would have taken that back, or do you feel like you wasn't hard enough on him? Because I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh,
so because in a sense, it's like, because you're telling us like y'all had a connection. He's like, I'm with you. You just need to be patient. Let me go through the process, but we together. You know what I mean? So my thing is if a guy's telling me in this process that we're together, I understand you want to go through the process with the other people, but then that means you really not with me. Like, you can't tell me we together. No, don't worry about it. We making it to the end. But then you got another woman rubbing the back of your head as I'm walking up, and it looked like it's okay that she's doing that. No. Like, it just made me feel like he was kind of playing both sides. It made me feel like he was trying to solidify you, but he was still trying to stay in the game. Because I'm gonna tell you this: if you tell me you my man, and Kadian, and you tell Kadian that I'm your man, and you over here rubbing on Jamala, back of Jamala's neck, and she rolling around in your bed, it's gonna be a problem. Because Kadian and Swayze, you could tell they together, and won't nobody rubbing Swayze on the back of his neck. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm glad everybody feels this way, because I felt so like, why isn't anybody understanding why I feel this way? Why is everybody like I'm acting out of character so far? And I'm like, are y'all women or are y'all in?
Because we see the other stories.
Well, first of all,
that you
saw it.
Based on what y'all saying, because remember, I ain't seen that particular episode. But where the book would have stopped was y'all sitting on my bed with outside clothes on.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That part.
We even made it past that. We even made it past that. Like, you know, y'all don't went through this.
Where do we do that?
Went through this day, and you
outside,
sitting on the bed outside. You got outside on top of the bed.
Yeah.
Well, but then what would you have preferred them do?
There's got to be some chairs or something around.
Well, I would have been butt naked. I would have been like naked.
Have a prayer circle on the floor. Have a prayer circle on the floor.
Yeah.
On the floor.
It all made me feel like your sister's question was awfully specific about curving women.
On my own.
It was specific.
I felt like it was
I think she's
awfully
going into
specific.
what's appropriate and what's not appropriate.
Did y'all discuss that?
And
Did you and your sister discuss it?
To help him? No, we didn't discuss. She's a true Taurus. Like a true Taurus.
Okay.
I love it. Taurus women take care of me. She's not playing.
She's a bull. She's ready. It's 5 foot in all. Like, and he's 6'5". Like, I'll take you out. Like, I think she's just more trying. Sign of Jesus. No, Libra. So my birthday is 10/22 actually. So
happy belated. No, not belated. Happy birthday. It's coming.
I take it all every day of the month.
But you on that last day, that day before Scorpio. That makes a lot of sense because you be acting like a Scorpio for sure in some of these places.
Okay, so I have a part 2 to my statement, comment, observation. So with that being said, you had another connection. Who were all your connections? Was Mike a connection for you?
Yes. So Mike was my other connection. And again, I think it's going back to watching the situation and seeing how things play out. And it's like, well, where we are and where we really are connected, it's not you're a second, I'm a second. Like you can see it, you can feel it. And me and B, so cool. Like I turned up and I remember at one point we were on set and the cameras weren't even next to me. Me and Mike are just flirting. And I looked at B and I was like, I am so sorry. Like, it's not even that. Like, I don't want you to think we go home and I'm blowing up his phone and he blowing up. Like, that's not what's happening. Like, he knows where he is, and I know where I'm at. Hopefully, right? I know he has these other connections, but you know, I just gracefully bowed out. Like, you can see it. I wasn't going to be second to this, and I knew from where I was seeing that at, I already was connected where I was connected. So, Mike was the other main connection.
That made me think of something.
And I think he mentioned to me that they actually edited to make it seem as though he said I was in his bottom, and he was saying I was playing a lot, but actually I still was in his top. So I'm not at this place right now in this episode because Randall was my only connection. That's not true at all. So, but it's the way it's edited, you know.
Okay. Since we're talking about clarity.
And I'm giving y'all straight. You know, I'm trying to be as transparent and give y'all a little bit more. And I just want y'all to get the real. I don't want to play into delusions. There's like I can't with the fairy tales, fantasies, and fallacies. Like that's just not what's happening, right? Like, so I'm glad you're getting the real from me.
Okay, because I got more. You ready?
Here he goes. Jamie,
just throw the notes away.
Since we're talking about clarity and making.
We spent like 10 more minutes on this to get to Samson, though. Eventually,
right? Since we're talking about clarity and making statements, this could be my last one. Well, I do have one more, but I can wait. Did Randall know that Mike was another connection of yours?
Well, he actually had known from the men's lounge. Yes, so absolutely. Because remember, we outwardly discussed these things. And it's so funny when I say, and if you notice, Mike is consistently saying,
someone has an echo.
Yeah, someone got an echo. I don't think that's what I was asking.
Oh.
What were you asking? Say it again.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is, was Randall aware that Mike was a connection, or was Randall at the house thinking that he was your only connection and that's it?
Okay, so that's okay. I get the question now. So by the time we're at the house, Mike and I are in a friend place. He wasn't something that I was dipping in and dabbling back at. It wasn't that anymore. Again, because you know where it is, and you kind of just go where you go where home is. You know what I mean? So
okay,
yeah. As far as are they outwardly aware? Yes, and that's something to call out again, because if you notice, Mike, even when he was grabbing Randall, he's like, Randall's my guy. Like, that's saying something. So a lot of times we're saying like things we're taking out of the women's lounge, and it's like, no, the guys just are friends and have their own group text messages and talk. So a lot of things I knew I didn't necessarily find out from. I didn't take anything outside of the ladies' lounge. A lot of things that happened, even in scenes that I was in, I found out from men. Like, just being
and I can
there.
understand that, Tyrone, because Kayla was saying, you know, about her stuff, like she had the connections that I didn't see, and so obviously, you know, production or whatever, you're, you know, it's.
We be finding out a lot of new stuff, because I don't think I knew that about Mike.
That Mike was a connection.
Yeah,
because they also, so unless, again, you can't speak on everyone else's scenes. Like, there's a thing that, everyone had two people meet their friends. No, by the time they meet their friends, we talk heavily about Mike, but it's cut out. But I made the point to say, at that point, Mike and I were like, you know, let's just get this handshake. We're cool. Like, that's where we are. But
they had to follow the storyline. That's just like with you and I, Tyrone. Right. We talked a lot. We went on that Boxing Day. I mean, we weren't together, but, you know, we did things. It was more about us too, but they didn't show. You know, they have to follow the storyline. So, and it just needs to make sense to the viewers. So they're going to cut all that out.
No, that was the same, because, like, I had a lot of interactions with AJ for my season.
And they didn't show it, did they?
Right. They're the other guys I had connections with on my season, like, during the season. That shit dead.
Yeah, but
I think the difference was
these storylines, that, like, that's the thing. It's so dumb. It never makes sense, and it only suits, you know, the producers. You know, it really doesn't do us any type of service to the viewer at all. If they showed this stuff how it really was, I guarantee you it's a better show.
Oh, I agree with you. Me and Jamie have been saying that forever.
Because they leave a lot of things.
That's what we want to see, the real.
Yeah, and it helps take out these perpetuations of false reality that weren't happening, like to push because it's because what you're seeing.
I wish they would break the mold a little bit, you know? I get the standard TV production thing with
it's scripted reality. We understand that, but
correct.
Let's make it reality. Yeah.
But it would be nice. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, it would, in the least, it would give context. Like, it would give context to who we are and how we move the way we move.
Because context would be amazing.
Because sometimes, because, like, I went on these dates with Ron, several days with Ron, and I'm like, Ron, I know you're feeling Chris, who's my girl. So, like, on my season, I didn't understand why I was on these dates with Ron when me and Ron knew. Like, we're cool to this day. Like, me and Ron are like cool.
I got to go back and watch your season, wifey.
Don't because like even though y'all be talking about scripted reality, and I'm like, it's unscripted, but it really made me like, if you know me and then you see me, we two different people.
That's why I want to see it.
And so a lot of the like the internet bullying and criticism that I have received is based on somebody who I'm not. You know, even as far as
that's good, Stacey.
If I can be specific, so like when David and I went on a date, David, Liz, David, you know, like David, dramatic exit, David. When we went on a date, like people like, you were mad because he was late because what y'all saw was me saying, oh, look at you being late. How you gonna be late to our first date? But in reality, I was joking with him because I was the late one. And two, y'all know that I'm kind of like like, it's not that I'm a joker, but I like people to feel comfortable. So sometimes I'll say a joke. I'll crack a joke or I'll do something to make you feel a little.
But is that to make them feel comfortable or to make you feel comfortable?
Make them feel comfortable. Mm-hmm. Or we have lights, camera, action all around us to make the environment more comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's just be us. Like, it's cool. Don't, you know, like with certain people prejudge us, and I'm self-aware enough to know that people might stereotype me or prejudge me. So I'll even give you a pass and be like, oh, okay, and then you be like, oh, she cool. Like I get that so much in life. So on that particular date, you know, David and I, we have been talking the whole time, which y'all didn't see. The viewers didn't see all of the dates with David and I. Like in my season, I'm very Catholic. He's very Baptist. And so like some of our conversations was about blending denominations, like things that matter to us in real life, right? That y'all didn't see. In that moment, I was joking with him because I know he's OCD about being punctual. So because I was late, but truth be told, the night before when I was running, and so I chipped my toenail. So the next day, I was made aware that I had this date with David. So I was late because I tried to run across town to the first salon that opened up so they can fix my toe because I literally broke my toenail. So I was like, oh my God, we're going to Pilates. Can't have my feet out there like this. So I was joking with him like, how you going to be late on our first day? And my criticism was that you were mad. Your vibes was that you were mad because he was like, no, in all actuality, I got there. I found the closest little nail place to our date, ran there, was like, David, I'm about to be late. My bad.
But that's why I want to watch it, because I feel like I know you and I can see that.
Yeah. So the entire time, like, I was just like trying to, you know, whatever. So I think like bringing it all in, like what Jamala's saying, what Ty's saying, what P.O. said, what Sabrina said. It's like all these extra like backstories that would help bring context to like why we moving in the moment.
Yeah, viewers don't care about that. This is for entertainment.
No, viewers do care about that. Viewers actually really care about that. We say it all the time.
Development of like what's really happening. I'd agree for sure.
Hey, Gorgina. Okay, go off.
Now look what they've shown me is cast but it goes. And to Stacey's point, like when you hear the criticism, it's let's go into race. Like I can't take it in because it's like you telling me that I'm a white woman. Like that's how drastic the difference is. Like you can clearly see that I am a black woman. Like that's how drastic it is when you're saying these things to Stacey. Like you completely disconnect of what they're talking about. You're confused because you're like, that's not me.
But I think it's okay for people to know, like, okay, I get it. They talk about, but it's okay. You know, I've been on a lot of sets and on television and things like that. And it's a thing. It's challenging and people should know about it. So for those people who are complaining about the color and the difference, it's challenging to find Black makeup artists. I remember being on a music video and I was a principal or whatever. When they did my makeup, I went in the bathroom and cried for 30 minutes because my face was black. Okay.
Oh, no.
It was ridiculous. And it's really kind of a thing for those of us who work in Hollywood that it's, you know, lighting and your makeup and all this matters. And it's not up to us. It's not under control. It's a production thing. When it comes to our hair as Black women, the majority of the time, I got it. I come with my own hair. I come with my own foundation and my own, because it's just one of those things when it comes to production and Hollywood production that's off. So I see this as a real educational moment that, okay, y'all can make fun and do whatever, but let me tell you what's really going on behind the scenes and how this really works. So that way, when you see somebody's whatever, you can have a little bit of compassion and wonder why the industry still hasn't got it together.
And I'm not saying to Stacey, I wasn't saying like what you're saying, they don't care. I think just when production is putting it together for entertainment purposes, I feel like they're like, they don't care about that. Let's push what
it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work that
we want the viewers to see.
Oh no, I accept what you have to say. I have no qualms. The other thing, to Jamie's point, is that the beautiful thing about Black folks, like people of color, is like we have melanin, but it's different levels. You might have a peach undertone,
red undertones, olive.
You got all these undertones, and something as simple as lighting can misconstrue that and make it look all the way off. Like I'm telling you, I've struggled forever to even find the right carrier for makeup for me. So people don't give that like women enough credit for that. Like we be struggling to find our right tone in something as simple as lighting or whatever, however the table is dressed, will throw it all off.
See, and my mother, like, you see how it fits her skin tone? It's the same makeup artist. Like, and I know I wouldn't even have recommended her to do my
But are you wearing red, Jamala? Because sometimes
no, it's actually
red,
like a copper orange.
But it's like of a red family. So sometimes when we wear red or orange, it throws the makeup balance off in our face. Even if the color is perfect. That's why your mom's looks a certain way and yours looks different. It's because the color dress you're wearing. Mm-hmm. Part of it, anyways. Yeah,
and in person, like that makeup was probably impeccable. Like I feel so bad because
your mom looks gorgeous. That her skin tone looks like.
It's a factor.
The fact that we have to have this discussion and to defend it and is ridiculous. Like if 2022, if you have some criticism to offer me some criticism on some real stuff. Like don't offer me criticism on things that's beyond my control. You know, at the end of the day, you're a beautiful woman, and any person that has the pleasure of being in your grace is blessed. Thank you and goodbye.
Boom. And same.
Thank you, Stacey.
Now listen, you know I wasn't gonna let us go by without saying this. Even though we stepsisters or whatever, Greek stepsisters, we ain't gonna in here.
Wrap up real quick.
Uh-oh.
I think the cup that you had or something I saw earlier, you ate.
Yeah, everything.
Though. But I'm gonna stand for you, sis.
I appreciate it.
So I think these screenshots are great, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I know you put a lot of work into it.
I did.
I love the screenshots.
I did. Okay, I know.
I was going to ask you because I know you're probably going there, so I'm gonna let you go there, Sabrina, and then we're gonna see. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead, because I wanted to go and talk about Samson and Charisse's meeting.
That's where we wanted to go. That's what she said. Girl, we all on the same page.
Okay, we all on the same page. Let me go ahead and start reading my notes real quick, my real expensive notes.
Go ahead, notes.
Samson is meeting Charisse and her father. Charisse wants Samson to be more transparent and to open up a little bit more, and hoping that this will happen because he is meeting her father. She tells her father she wants to see more of the serious side of Samson. Samson said that it was important for him to have a relationship with his father-in-law. Her father does ask some service questions. Her father asked Samson what he likes about Charisse, someone has an echo, FYI. And Samson replies that she has strong family values, and Charisse gives that face like, ugh, like she wants more. Charisse wanted him to say like, she's funny, she's open, etc. More like for her. He didn't answer how she wanted, and feels that he doesn't see her for her. Charisse does seem a little frustrated. Samson asked, is she okay? You all right? He said that she was there to be serious and to find the answers. Her father says that he is getting good vibes and the yellow, but the yellow light is flashing. Her dad says, excuse me, that she can be very challenging, says this to Samson, and that and that she has to have it her way. Her dad says that if they're going to get married, just do it. Charisse says, you gonna give me away? You gonna let me get married after 3 questions? Charisse says that her father didn't want to show his hand, and for her to proceed with caution. Sorry about that.
So Ty, just go get a refill. ain't nothing left in there. Ain't nothing left.
So
Gus.
okay.
Which part? Who you want to go first? I can hear you guys.
I'm scared to even touch it.
Yes.
I know if Gus is gonna go, then I know I have time to get a drink.
Okay.
I'll jump right
Gus,
in.
are you
on
going?
It. Hold on.
So I'm gonna hit it real quick because I gotta be out of here.
Yeah, Gus has to get ready to go. So
I got some work to do tomorrow. I gotta get ready for it. So I first of all want to support. So I want to support Charisse in the fact of wanting to know more. Wanting to like hear more, and it's not coming from the place of what we spoke on earlier, where it's like through insecurity or through like lack of awareness. It's just I would expect for someone to court me a little more and say those things to me, and for my parents to be like, yes, because this, then this, not such surface things. So I really hear Charisse when she says she's not getting what she needs, which is more depth, which to me is so, it blows my mind. Y'all know I'm in stans, but the fact, because I thought when I first saw that man, I thought he possessed all the depth necessary to take these steps into these types of conversations. Like I thought if I brought him to my family, he would be giving me all the depth needed. And they'd be like, oh, you're perfect for Gus because he's deep as fuck. And you guys can talk about that shit all day. But I'm not getting that from him at all, and it is really just like watching it, and it just makes me think a lot of things that I'm not going to probably say too many things of, but I don't feel like she was not valid for desiring and wanting and needing more from him. And I didn't really like that her dad was testing her and being like, or speaking down to her like, she's difficult to deal with. You don't say that when you're meeting somebody's parents. You don't bring those things up for the first time. And that might be your own thing. And you don't know the relationship between her and her dad. Her dad sounds like he's the difficult one. So he's projecting his stuff into this situation. That's not cute. That's not cool. Not when I'm introducing you to my man, possibly. So there were just a lot of things that were kind of like everywhere. And I was just really disappointed that Samson, the one that I believed to be true, the one that I drooled from the mouth.
Unmute. We're mute. Oh gosh.
Why are you taking a break?
You're muted.
Gus, no one seeing that.
You don't need earbuds, boo. You can still talk.
Gus, this is to you. Seeing that Charisse's dad is an OG, do you think he said that to be provocative, to like a leading question, like, oh, she can't be difficult? To see what he had to say.
He was brown nosing.
He was. I think it was both. And I don't know him, so I can't say. But I can see both perspectives. I can see the fact that he was trying to get something out of him to kind of dig and see how he would respond. But I think there are more intellectual ways of going about that than throwing your daughter on the bus.
All right. So can I say something to what you said? So I think a little bit on the contrary, because this process has gotten to, we're in episode 11, right? They did all of this stuff, and it's like, the day or whatever, the week before choosing. Why are you not having these conversations in a one-off scenario? Why are you waiting until you come to the cameras, to these dates and all of this stuff to get some sort of resolution, right? And like realistically, you should not need your father to help reinforce what you already want to ask. These questions should have been asked long before he even met your pops. Or else, why is he even meeting your father if you don't even know where this man stands?
That's
You
what she
understand what I'm
said.
saying?
I think that was her frustration. is
Yeah.
that-
But
Yeah.
she brought him. But okay, but my thing is this: you do have the option to say, look, this guy, I don't know where he stands, so therefore I don't want him to meet my parents. It's as simple as that.
Because somebody
And
did that
That's-
on your season, Pio.
That's part of the.
someone did that on my season.
I feel
And
like
it-
I feel like it's unparalleled because the one that did it on your season was a cop out.
No, but here's the thing. Well, no, it was actually in reverse. But I feel like, why is it that you're not, I mean, as an individual, right? If you're interested in this man, you should be vetting this stuff down long before that. Like, you guys have each other's phone numbers. You guys have, this is probably week 6 or 7 into the process, right? So why are you not having these sorts of conversations? And then if you're not getting resolution, why is it taking you 6 months, or I'm sorry, 6 weeks for you to cut him off? It's like, look, it can only be one of two ways. Either he's going to show you and say, look, I'm just this type of person. I'm not going to get that deep with you right now, and you have to believe that. Or you have to go and say, listen, I need more resolution before I even take this another step further, else I'm walking away. So which one is it? Like, it has to be something, but you should not be waiting especially at the very end of the process to figure out if somebody wants to be bothered with you. Like, you wasted.
Yeah.
This is
I didn't see
effectively
it that way
wasting
at all.
your time and
I
his
know,
time.
but I think you're making it so like black and white, and we know like real relationships is hella gray. And
Yeah, but this is
the
not
last-
this is not a relationship, Stacey. This is a process that is totally different. This is not standard dating. This is not courtship.
Yeah,
This is
but
not any of that. So this is this is like speed dating.
that's cool, but we don't know what they've shared and what they felt towards each other. And the last episode I saw was when Charisse gave him the facial, and she stated like, hey, I'm trying to get him to open up because everything feels surface. So I felt like I'm looking on the outside looking in. I'm like, okay, so maybe she thought that if she brought someone into the equation like her dad, maybe someone can help get the answers or get the clarity that she's looking for. We all do that. We do that. We do that when we're
Why
dating
is it no? Why listen? These are grown.
He would have never been my daddy.
These are grown
listen
folks.
to what I'm saying. We do that when we're dating, and then we bring a friend around. Or we do that, like you might hang out. Oh, my friend's gonna come link up with us, and then she's gonna leave. We naturally do that.
Dating 9 weeks is not speed dating.
So
10 weeks.
So let me.
Speed dating. Speed dating is.
So let me.
But we're probably on like week 4.
No, this is not week 4.
No.
This is definitely week 6 or 7.
It's like week 7
for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you should be sitting there having some bold conversation and saying, look, I need resolution on this today. Else, the next time we have something, in terms of a date or whatever, I'm going to not want to participate in this. I don't know where you are, so I need clarity to move forward. You don't have another episode to go. You don't have another week. It's time, like the time before that.
Yourself, they make you stay.
Okay, what is
I didn't see it that way.
What was the reason for what is the meeting the parents? What is
So-
the meeting of the parents for?
I think if she brought that man to meet her father, she was in it. Like she really wanted to see where it would go, right?
Yep.
I also feel like they've had time, Paul. They've had previous dates where he blew her off.
Right.
They done spent the whole weekend in the house, and I'm sure they
Understood.
probably had similar conversations in the house.
Okay.
He know he's going to go meet her father, right? It is not a surprise to him.
No,
Right?
it's not. It's
So-
not.
They were very.
I feel like,
But
yeah,
in the house.
I feel like
but
she wanted him to get deep. Instead, what happened, it ended up looking like two players bonding, which she had her reservations about.
and I
And it
understand
ended up
that,
being
but,
true.
But here's the thing. If that is the case, right? If you were getting nowhere beforehand, you have the opportunity to say, I'm not continuing this. You can do that.
Yeah,
Like,
everyone,
you don't,
But
right. So
everyone
so
can
if
do
we're
that,
saying-
but there was
okay, but here's the thing though. There has to be some sort of self-discernment where you're seeing these things happen before your eyes. And you have to wake up out of this fog and say,
that's
man
easy
is
to
telling me these things that I'm seeing. I mean, he's telling me this not out of his mouth, but visually. So why am I still here? Why am I
So-
still here?
so I feel like it didn't hit her until the end.
until then,
till the elimination
No,
when she
because
said, I am your main connection, right? And he couldn't spit it out.
But I think
You know
I
what
see
I
what
mean?
you're
Like-
saying, Pio.
And all the other couples are in the same place, Paul. All the other couples are meeting parents, trying to
Okay.
get answers. So
Right,
it's not just her.
It's not just her.
You know what I mean?
And I totally get that. But there were places when I was in this process, right, that had things that happened behind the scenes. And I said to myself, and I had questions. And when I couldn't get resolution to those questions, right, if you're going to sit there and you're not going to be transparent, I don't like this is a speedy thing. I don't have time to sit here and lollygag and drag my feet to get these answers. It's either you're going to tell me these answers or I'm going to accept what you're showing me and I'm going to move in that direction.
But he was not even willing to have the conversation. That's
Right.
the
Then
frustrating
she
part.
should have known then.
And
Well, that's the thing. That's your answer though, right there. If someone's not willing to have that sort of conversation, or if they're telling you, if you're saying I want you to be
Okay.
deep, and they're like I'm not doing that,
But Paul,
well then you know that person's not
Okay.
gonna give you what you want.
but to flip it, he agreed to come meet her father. Like, why are you coming to meet my father
Listen,
if you're not
Because
going to
dudes
give me
will
no
do that.
answers? Like,
Because
you're
listen,
wasting
do
our
that.
time. You just wasted
Listen.
my father's time.
Not
100%.
really,
But dudes
because
will do
guess
that.
what? There's women that will go out on a dinner date with a guy that they're not interested in.
A dude
they're
will
interested in
waste
dinner.
your time until you cut him off.
And-
He'll go
and-
on the dates. He'll meet your dad. He'll pet your dogs. He'll get until you set your boundaries and cut him off. He gonna roll.
and, and that's fair in our regular lives, right? That's fair in our regular lives. Like it wasn't until she went to the ladies' lounge and she heard, oh damn, like I'm blindsided because I'm thinking like this my main, I'm his main, like we're here. It wasn't until she went there where she was like, it was like a reality check for her, like, oh damn, he's saying the same things to other women. 1, 2, we all know it's gray area. And Paul, I'm not refuting what you say because I do agree with you as far as boundaries and speaking up for yourself. Like everything that you say, I agree. But as a woman, like when we are trying to do things differently and we're trying to really push ourselves to find love, to be vulnerable when we might not be a vulnerable person naturally, and we're like, okay, what I was doing wasn't working. Let me try to do things differently. Let me go at this man's pace. Let me try to do things differently. I think that Charisse is not getting credit for having self-awareness, for saying, this is where I messed up. Okay, let me try to do things differently in this process. With this
Being committed to the process.
So normally, I would agree with you, Paul. Like normally, yeah, cool, whatever. But in this moment, we saw before our eyes, like that she was kind of taken aback. Oh, damn, I didn't know this was going on too. Secondly, we knew she was having time. She was expressing patience. Okay, he might not be ready to open up right now. I know we're doing this in front of the world. I know cameras are in front of us. Like, this is not the normal for everybody.
Understood. So here's what I'm saying though. This what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Charisse is wrong or a bad person for not doing this. Yes, there are emotions that are played out and things like that. But at the same time, this is probably a learning advantage that she could take, that she can look back and say, you know what, I shouldn't have hung in there that long. That's number one. But number two, the Samson said something, and I think we missed that, where he said, it sounds like you're trying to ask something specific. So why don't you just go ahead and say it, right? And then that's when she broke down and said, I was hoping X, Y, and Z. Why did it have to take him to pull at her to say, ask me what you want, instead of her just saying this like a long time ago?
Because he already know what she was asking.
100%. It doesn't matter.
Very well aware.
It does matter. We're grown, Paul. Like, we've been having this conversation for weeks. We are grown.
He's 48 years old.
Right?
He knows exactly, and he's a life coach. He's very in tune with the underline of what's happening.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that there is an equal opportunity here. One, if he wants to keep his cards close to his chest, that's on him, right? If that's how he wants to move in this process, that's on him. It's up to the people or person that's dating him to decipher and say, look, he's keeping his cards too close to his chest. It's not, I'm not feeling like, like he's in this for me. I feel like I'm being, ignored here in this picture. So I'm just going to say, do you, right? And I'm going to do me, right? And I'm going to move forward. That's what she did by the end of this
episode. And so she did right in that. That's
figured it out.
But hang on, people keep saying that he'd answered the questions. There's no doubt that he answered the questions, but the questions that we saw him answer were extremely surface level. The way that his father approved of his things were so surface level. There was nothing there that was going to make me think like, this is something good. And we found out at the end, which I knew when I watched the episode, my intuition was like, oh, my boy's going home. Like I felt it. I knew it was going to happen. But what you're making excuses for him, Pio. You're making excuses.
I'm not making excuses. I'm not making excuses for him at all. No, I'm not, because I'm seeing it from both sides. I get that. What I'm trying to hone in on here is this: you didn't have to go this far into the process to learn this part. Learn that he wasn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I was just gonna say that. Like, we learned from your season that obviously things aren't clear. And it would
the whole
help
time I was watching, I was like, he shouldn't even be there. He doesn't want to be there.
No, listen, no, but
maybe I'm gonna learn when I go with Stacey.
There was a whole bunch of different things that happened in my place. Like, so for me, for example, when I seen something that I didn't like, I moved on. You understand what I'm saying? Like when it was with Precious, when it was with Tina, when it was with Carmen. It was like I'm moving on, and I moved on, and then I moved myself off at the end of the show.
At the very end. But during the whole process, obviously, were you really there? Were you really in there? Was the conversation really there? Were you really in tune? Were you really feeling the vibes? And I don't know if it's editing or not, but it didn't feel like that. But you still went to the end because that's kind of what you do. And that's what happened today.
It didn't feel like that. And I didn't go to the end. I got pushed to the end. I didn't want to go to the end. By this time where Samson was at, I was already checked out. As a matter of fact, when we went to the getaway, Tori and myself had a conversation. Tori said, yeah, I think it's going to be me to go home. I said, well, if it's you, they're going to have to beat me to it because I'm going to remove myself before you do. So I already didn't even want to go to the getaway.
But then you stay, though. You stayed, though.
But you could have removed yourself.
Yeah.
You could have
They would.
We talked about it last time we were on. You said you stayed.
That's not true.
That's not true.
You stayed and you met her parents.
Hold on, time out. I was on a date.
You're
I
contradicting
was
what
on
you
a
said.
date. I was on a date directly after that getaway where I self-eliminated, and you know how it goes.
You meet her parents? You met her parents, right?
Well, that was afterwards.
You went on a
That
date
was
with
after.
Dakia's parents.
That was
And you didn't end up with her, and none of us
Yeah,
thought you were
you
going to
went
end up
on
with
a
her
date with
either.
Dakia's
Yeah,
parents.
but
She
we
was
knew
disappointed
that,
at the end
though.
because she knew you weren't going to
We
show
knew
up.
that though.
So we
So
can say,
exactly,
why
so
did you go on the date with Dakia's parents?
we-
Right, knowing that you
we-
weren't going to choose her.
Okay, because we
Because you-
knew we weren't choosing each other.
Because you
We
still
knew
gave
this.
no,
We-
no, but
we-
Keo, honestly,
were
you
there
still
for
gave
the
an
purposes-
opportunity. You
After-
still
Okay,
had
I
an
gotta go.
opportunity.
No,
You
listen.
still had one
okay.
last
Let me
shot. Like,
let me
this is
sum
normal
this
for
up.
us.
I simply was there to fulfill the end and the remaining part of my contract. That's it.
So you don't think that's
That's
what
it?
they were doing? You're asking them to do something different from what you just did. And that's what we're trying to get to the point of. You're asking for the situations to be different from what you just expressed as the truth. That doesn't make sense.
No,
and that's
what I'm
happened
saying,
today.
no.
The point of the contract was fulfilled for them when he got kicked off today. So that's why she stayed
Yeah,
invested
that
until this
was.
moment. Because she couldn't have left. She was fulfilling her contract.
No, but
I
you
don't
can
think so though,
like
because
y'all are taken away from what again, what did I say earlier in this show? Like, what are some of the hardships like we as the first women of our bloodlines and men, but I'm a woman, so I'm speaking from a woman's perspective. What am I saying about us? Like, what did I say? Like, we have to relearn, we have to educate ourselves on doing things differently. We have to learn how to be a little more self-aware, right? So we can't fault Charisse for trying to do things differently.
no, I'm not faulting. I'm not faulting her for that.
To give an opportunity to trying to stick it out and see where it goes. This is normal. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with a woman or man. Yeah. At the end of the day,
Especially 7 weeks in.
at the end of the day,
So
I don't know. I'm on
and
the
you
fence
didn't
about that
know
one.
7 weeks in, and you didn't know that who you was riding for was
Not the cup,
that always
Sabrina.
another option. Like, in your mind, you thought we were somewhere else. There's nothing wrong with that.
let
Like, it's okay for
well,
us
let
to
me
make
say
mistakes
this.
to learn along the way. That's okay.
And
I mean,
listen,
it is.
let me let me no doubt about it. And I'm not saying, listen, let me just be totally clear. I am not saying that, Charisse is a bad person or something like that, or anything, to downplay the fact that she had feelings and stuff like that invested. I get that, right? But at the same time, there's also, when you do have feelings invested, you should be vetting people before you entrust them with those feelings, those emotions, and things like that. And for you to allow that to transpire prior to getting full understanding and knowledge on who this person really is in your life, that's the part that I'm saying she should have, spent a little bit more time in investing.
Do you think Takia felt the same way about you, though?
Nah,
with
because
everything
we
you
had
just said?
conversations.
No.
No. We had conversations, and we all no, not at all. No.
Yeah, no,
So
because
much-
I mean, I
some
get what
Kia
you're
was
saying,
trying to get to
Theo,
the end,
and just to
possibly.
play devil's advocate, because this is not me advocating for Samson's behavior, but I do like to talk about this as women. Sometimes we give a little bit too much grace and understanding when the flag is bright red. She couldn't.
Right.
The facial conversation was already hard. She, in my opinion, from what we saw, already shut down an element of herself just to deal with talking to him at the facial room without having an explosion. Because we seen Charisse snap, but we couldn't get that from her talking with Samson because it was finna be a fight because of how he was approaching the situation. So for me, hopefully by this time, I don't think that I would want him. Well, I hold my dad in very high regard. I don't think that I would want him to meet my father either until we crossed the space that I was concerned about. So we can't negate that as women or men or whoever we are to have that responsibility to vet. And if it's not, the math ain't mathin', you don't get to meet my dad. I don't care about the process. I don't care.
But Jaime, what if you're on the show,
when
though?
I was steaming your face? So
yeah,
what if you're on the
that's what I
show,
was
though?
saying.
I got a
What if
question,
your
Paul.
circumstances of the show? Okay, I gotta go.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What?
What if you were on the show and the circumstances were different and you had to push through this process? I know that in your real life, I know in your real life, I wouldn't let you be still talking to this somebody if this connection was like this.
Yeah.
Right? Let alone let him get to your father.
Correct.
We're talking the process of the show, and that's what's so important for me to bring back to PO, is that you're forgetting that this is the process of the show that you were involved in.
True.
You got all the way to the end.
I don't want to
doing
negate
it.
that. I ain't trying
So
to.
that's the difference. And you're talking about the real world, PO.
thing.
We're talking about this show.
Yeah, but so during this process, and I'll tell you just from my season, Demetrius brought his mom in. Sabrina said, "I'm not going, period. I'm not going to meet. I'm not doing that, period, point blank," and just, didn't allow that to happen.
She knew what she knew what she wanted.
Yeah,
you met
she knew what
Takia's,
she wanted, and
you met Takia's mom, right?
So
yeah, of course, yeah, I met her mom. Yeah, absolutely.
But
And
you
I didn't have any.
But you both really knew it wasn't going to work out. Like we saw that. We both watching knew you all were gonna make it. But you still chose to go.
What
you
we
still,
said
she still chose to have you come.
Yeah, but here's what we said too, and maybe you guys didn't see it. I didn't watch the rest of the show or the season, so I don't know if it was played. But I said, we both said actually, we're not going to let the time sake of this process dictate how we're going to end up, and we constantly reiterated that in our confessionals. I know at least I did, and I know she said that she did. So, we were always on that same page.
But I think if you were if you were on a panel like this watching yourself on that season, you would be saying what you're saying about Samson and Charisse, because you'd be like, why are they even there? Why are they even going to this place?
And that's what, listen, and I did not want to be there. I went in the middle of a date, self-eliminated, took my stuff off, took off the microphone, sat it down, got in my car, and started the engine, was ready to get out the door, period. And the executive producer called me and said, you can't do this. We're already at the end of this process. We've already lost too many people. You can't. You just got to be here.
So, Paul, a couple of things, right? Earlier, it sounded like you were saying that she should have known. And we know how that worked out with the whole Takia thing.
Not
the
should
guys
have
not
known.
being clear.
It's
true.
Right?
It's not should have known. Tyrone. It was already known. It was already
known.
But
between Clifton.
It was already known by who?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Are you talking about it already being known between Clifton and Takia? When it came to clarity, Tyrone.
Yeah.
Oh, Clifton and Takia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounded like you were saying Charisse should have already known, and then you had also talked about the whole vetting process and vetting him. So my question was at what point did you see Samson make it clear to her that she wasn't the one? And at what point was she not vetting him? Because it seemed like that's what she was doing the whole time.
He was showing up.
Well, but see, the thing is this. You're absolutely right. Let's talk about vetting. You're absolutely right. She did vet him. She chose to not accept the information that she received during her vetting and hung in there. That's number one. Right? Number two, Samson.
But what was clear about him? What did he make clear that she wasn't the one?
That he wasn't finna give her what she wanted.
Exactly. That right there. And that was, and for that,
he never gave.
No, that's not what he said. He just said not right now. He said not right now.
He never gave any inclinations that he was not really interested in her.
He just said not right now. I don't want to have that conversation right now.
Right.
And I'll just say this. And we saw it with Sabrina as well. We saw it with Ty as well. And I'm only saying that because I'm asking your opinion, Pio. So when I was on the show, right, I was willing to put aside some of the reservations I had, because I said, maybe I'm not doing things right. Let me see what I can do differently. Let me see where this can take me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give her that grace. So yeah, our normal red flags in everyday life, like right now, if you go out your door, you're doing what you do, that doesn't apply to this process.
It
Like,
does, because listen,
it doesn't
because as
we're under a microscope, and we have. And many of us,
right.
because everyone is not an actor, everyone's not an actress, everyone's not a model. So some of the cast members, many of us get a bad rap because of others who have other intentions, right? So some of us are saying, okay, let me take off my armor, let me be vulnerable, and let me see, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Let me see. Let me do something out of the norm. A red flag that I might see as a red flag, maybe that's just me being guarded, right? So through the process, we question ourselves many times, and sometimes we're like open to the stupid word process. Let's see where this goes. Let's see what I'm doing wrong. What can I learn from it? So that being said, we can't fault her. Like,
I'm not fault. See, this is the thing. I'm not faulting her.
I know, but she's a strong person. Many people may not like her for whatever reservations they have, personality and differences. But what we have to give her credit for is for putting herself out there and seeing where it goes.
And I understand that. So let me just tell you. Let me tell you this. I did not like Charisse from episode 1 and 2. I started to like her afterwards, right? I started to see vulnerability in her and things like that. You know, she played very well with Samson, you know, how those two, their connection was. And then I started to, you know, realize that there's probably a little bit more to her. That's number one. Number two, the process is different in terms of different things, but red flags are red flags, right? If you take a hot cup of coffee and you spill it in your lap on Earth, it's going to be hot and it's going to burn like shit. If you do it in space, you may not get it right away, right? If you drop it because there's gravity, but once it hits you, it's going to burn like hell. So it's still a red flag is a red flag. It doesn't matter what process you're in, doesn't matter what space you're in. When you see personality traits that you don't like, period, you should not ignore them in any space, right? And so when I was in that process, I saw people that I did not, or like when it came down to Precious had certain things that I did not appreciate, right? You know, which might have been good for other people, just didn't work well in my space. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm off of it. And the same thing happened with Tina, and the same thing happened with Carmen. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm out of this. Like, I don't even want to be in this space because, you know, it just didn't work for me, right? And when I tried to get out of it, of course, you know, we know how that ended up. But the thing is that as a person knowing exactly what and who they want and how they want their life to be, right? If you don't see that happening, you have to get to a point where you remove yourself from that to see what other possibilities are. And if they're not there, they're just not there. Simple as that.
I don't think there was anything else there, so that's why she stayed until she did, and then went to the possibilities of today finally being like, nope, not going to work. And I think that's appropriate because there was no other possibilities for him there.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But I just feel like this. It, you know, yeah, maybe Samson didn't do it for her. I'm not making up excuses for, you know, him not being, I guess, forthcoming or being as open as she would have liked him to be. Maybe that's his personality. Maybe he doesn't want to lay his cards out and she likes to lay her cards out. Who knows? I don't know, you know, how this man operates, or I can't tell you what the operation of his mind is. However, from a visual perspective, and I can only tell you based off of what I see. And if you see something that you don't like and you continue to go for it, right? You can't blame the other person and say it's your fault because I liked or I just stayed there and wanted to do this, you know, to see what I could get from this. You can't blame someone for that. You have to look in the mirror.
You can't blame him.
I
No.
don't think that, but I think that she saw. So okay. Perspective, Pio. So when you're like, oh, write down the pros and the cons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if they're even? Like, what if what she saw from him was really strong characteristics? What if what
Wasn't
she
strong
saw
enough though?
She was very
It wasn't
attractive,
strong enough because
she was
she's
willing to
bounced.
give an opportunity to, right? Well, it leads to this point to where we were on this episode, right? Because at the end of the day, she was like, all right, you ain't for me.
Yeah, but Stacey, you've been in that process, right? You don't have a lot of time for bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry, Sabrina. You don't have a lot of time for BSing. You don't. And so we know that this is like speed dating on roids. And you have to get what you can get, figure out what you can figure out, and move on. If this person doesn't work for you, move on. And if you're allowing yourself to be strung along or holding on to something, which is what women do sometimes, they hold on to that, oh, he's gonna change, or
Potential.
I'm gonna,
Yeah, but
exactly.
7 weeks.
Come on, Paul. You know it's not that cut and dry, Paul.
Exactly. In 7
You
weeks,
know we probably try to talk to the same girl in the club 3 or 4 times.
100%.
Come on, man.
100%.
Just
It's
work like
now
that.
it's just getting like not making any sense. And also, you guys are talking about Charisse not showing her cards or Samson or being vulnerable enough. I didn't hear Samson once through this process, through what we watched in the show. We've already given that disclaimer. From more from her. He never complained about that. We're talking about the fact that she has been asking for more this whole time, and he's not leading the way or giving more from it. And it was very obvious that he wasn't, because of the answers and the questions that we got from the parent and him dynamic. And then, lo and behold, the dad was like, boom.
Boom, I played him.
Exactly. He's not the one, because he was getting off on these external things, and there was no depth to him. And I see my reflection in that, of how that sold people in the past. And I thought that was actually a really valuable lesson to his daughter, whatever age she is, by saying, don't be sold on the illusion, because the truth behind it can actually be something very different. And not everybody has the same discernment that we have. And I agree with some of you saying, I think Charisse was actually trying to push outside of her normalcy, because she wanted to actually have it. So she was trying to give this a chance. She was trying to switch the curriculum, and she was trying to see if this would equate to something that was different, because she's still single. But now we're 7 weeks in, and she's saying, boom, it's not. Deuces, Samson. And on that note, I gotta go. I love you all. Samson, I wish you would have handled it just from the camera's perspective, just with a little more grace, because I know how aware and intelligent you are, and nobody or anybody should bring you to that state of aggravation which you allowed yourself to be seen on TV. You're too smart.
And you're
Jamala, it was an absolute pleasure having this conversation with you. I can't wait to watch this back and hear what you say about this all now that we're done giving it to Paul like he deserved to get. And I love you, Paul. And I love you all so much. And I'll see you next time. Yes.
Can you give us like 3 more minutes of your time? Just 3 more minutes. Can you tell us how you feel about the ending in Samson's elimination? I just want you to briefly speak on that.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I was disappointed in the way that he allowed himself to be seen and viewed by the world, because I know the kind of character he could exude and be. I'm human. I can't say that I wouldn't have done that if I was in a space of frustration or wherever as well. But I would just expect something more of a higher level of consciousness, like him, who is so educated, who is a life coach, who is 48 years old and handsome and has the whole world in front of him, to handle that differently, no matter how frustrated he might have been from what was happening. But I've seen that they're friends and everything is fine. So obviously, like we all know, a lot goes on behind the scenes that we don't know. No, but I just don't, I would have never been at my age. If I was 30 or 28, 26 or 33 or 35 even, I would have acted out of my ass. I would have been way worse than him probably. But I'm 41 next month. So I would be very different. I would have handled it. I would have just went like this and listened to everything, and then like, okay, cool. Can we go now? Okay. I wouldn't have ever gotten to that space of where he is right now, because I wouldn't have needed to defend myself. I wouldn't needed to prove anything to anybody to see me in a specific way. I would just have leaned in on the fact of I was being authentic and the best version of myself. I didn't have to prove anything to anybody.
Period.
And I could have
I'm so
grounded it. And
I'm so glad that I'm so glad that he's leaving, because I'm going to tear this whole thing up. No, I'm kidding.
All right, let's
I'm
go.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Bye,
I'm not gonna do that.
All right, guys.
Gus,
Love you guys.
Hey, Gus.
Love you.
All right,
See
guys.
later,
Love
man.
you. Thank
All right,
you.
man.
Love you. Of course.
All right, man.
Bye,
We'll
guys.
see ya.
Bye.
All right.
I just think that, like, Pio, I don't want you to think that I'm not receiving what you have to say, because I do believe that we have to have a certain level of confidence in our discernment, to where we can really understand, have a different level of understanding of what's going on around
Right.
us. But at the same time,
Yeah.
you and I, Jamala, Sabrina, we know, Ty, we know the process is a little bit different than what our ideals would be. 1. 2, I also think that sometimes I challenge my discernment, because, not in a negative way, but in a way of like self-awareness. Like, hey, let's have some checks and balances with yourself, Stacey. Like, okay, where do I extend grace, and where do I hold firm on my discernment? So I think that what we're all saying is the same thing. Like, this is normal things that we all go through in dating, right? And neither Samson nor Charisse should be faulted. Like, no one should think any ill of them based on all of this. I think Samson was incredibly defensive, and in his exit, I probably would have preferred, like, I always hate when people try to say, well, this person said this and that person said that, as a way to justify something. I thought that was in bad taste. But at the end of the day, like, we don't always do things the right way. And if we can have a redo on some of life's moments, I'm sure a lot of us would totally redo it.
So,
Yeah.
Stacey, let me talk to you for a minute, right? Because when Samson left, he said, well, first off, the whole premise of her saying, what she said was because of information that she's gathered up in the ladies' lounge, right? And I
but
get
this
it.
was all like at the same time. This was all the same week. Let's be real with
Yeah,
this. This was
I get
all
it. No,
in the
I
same
get
3
that.
days.
Yeah, but okay. So now here's the thing. You're in this process, right, with all of these women. You come in, there's 10 women? 10 women total, right? And if you're getting to know or talking to 10 women, this is legal, right? This is legal in this process. So why is this being held against them? Like, I was a big proponent of, you worry about our connection here, what we're doing here, right? Focus on us and not the noise around us, because that ultimately is going to interfere. And, we're openly dating each other. We're openly dating everybody here. So why do we have to be sitting here going through all of this crap about, that he said or she said or whatever. Where's our connection at? Focus on that. Tell me what you feel about us. If you're not confident or you don't like where we're going, fine. But don't use the words or what other people are saying to justify, how we're going to move in this process. Because at the end of the day, if those two make it or would have made it to the end, maybe she doesn't choose him because he's not open, and that's fine. That's quite all right. Sabrina, you did that. You know what I mean? You said, hey, this isn't this. We don't have that type of vibe. You're not communicating. You're not pursuing me or whatever, and that's fine. And, maybe maybe that gets justified, at the end of it all. But you're taking all of this data that you collected from women who probably don't even like you that much, or who probably have, some sort of different agenda. They don't want to see you win, or some people don't like people winning. So who knows? You don't know.
Made the same face.
It's the face for
But I
me. Says
I
it
made
all.
the same face. I made the same face when you showed her like crying. I made the same face just now.
Yeah.
I mean,
We still heart you, Jamala. You good over there?
Yeah, that was the face. That's what I
You good over there?
At the end of the day, all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, what other women were saying in a process that is legal, where this is acceptable, you should not be entertaining the noise, and you should entertain what your heart says. And if your heart says go because that's what you want to do, and because what your heart says, not because what other people are telling you.
Come on, Paul. The fellas talk, man. And there's things that we can't overlook, right? There's things that you hear that you can't overlook, right?
Well,
but
then,
that there's things that you didn't overlook, right?
Yeah, there was things, but I didn't have to have people tell me. Actually, I told them, like, yo, I'm off of this. And they asked why, and I said, here's the reason why. And I said, you guys have at it. I'm done.
All right. I'm here with this. I am receiving what you're saying, Paul, but
right.
this whole journey is different. And in the end, the process is to find love. And maybe love is not the person, and that is figuring out what love is for yourself. And that means you got to do something outside of the norm, right? And the red flags are everywhere, right? Just the fact that you are hearing that your connection has another connection. In any other world, we would have bounced.
Is that new though in RTL?
Right?
Is that new in RTL?
No, but that's what I'm saying. So it's different.
Yeah,
but you're expecting real world actions when this is not a real world, process.
fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like saying that she should have just recognized it and then made a decision to bounce. That's not what's going on.
Well,
right?
I wasn't saying it like that. No, but go ahead.
It's part of it.
But...
I think like hearing the noise is fine. What I didn't agree with was the extra that Samson was bringing.
Yeah.
Like everyone was hearing noise. She had mentioned some things. He had mentioned some things, but the things that he mentioned, he said the way that he said it was like, if I would have listened to that, you would have been gone.
Oh, I have my notes.
Right.
I can read it verbatim.
And I'm like,
go off verbatim.
Hold on.
Go
on, Sabrina.
And then
come on, Sabrina.
And before you finish,
Give us the verbatim.
Before you finish, I do want to say, Tyrone, Sabrina, and anybody else that was on RTL, keep in mind that there is a thing called edit, right, which is powerful, and I have been abused by that. So the way that he was going off, right, when you hear the cutaways and all of that stuff, I hear where these things are edited at. But go ahead, Sabrina, read it, and then let's just have at it.
Okay.
Let's have a Samson roast.
Yeah.
Okay. Stop. Okay. No, we're gonna go to. Okay. So Samson knows that he is on a bubble date when he comes in. He says that he knows that because the women met for deliberation. They have a little bit of small talk in the very beginning. And then Charisse tells Samson today that, today was difficult. Says that today was difficult because some of the things that was said in the lounge. She's like, why was they difficult? She's like, because of the stuff I heard. Samson says that he says, well, obviously I need to do better communicating of my interests. Charisse says, well, is it me? Like, you feeling me? And he says that she was questioning his character, but it should be the other way around. He was like, the foot didn't go into my mouth. So did y'all catch that when he said that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I heard that.
Even though, okay.
I thought that was cut because he was like, yeah, I should be questioning your character because the foot didn't go into my mouth, or my foot didn't go into anyone's mouth. That's what he said. The impression that Charisse got was that why couldn't y'all tell me to put my glasses on?
Put your glasses on, girl.
Go and put
The
the
impression
glasses on.
Charisse got was that he really wasn't feeling her. He says that when she replies, oh, wait a minute. He says that when he was in the lounge, he isn't listening to what the other men are saying. He says, because if he did, she would have been gone, you know, and he goes and explains the thing about Alonzo, the thing about, you know, he mentions those things. I didn't put it in my notes. She said that this is why they can't get intimate, because in real life, he just don't like her. She says that he just pretty much attacks her all the time. Samson says the difference between him and her is that he's not paying attention to the chatter. She says that it's not chatter, it's people's feelings. He says, well, what about the guy's feelings? Charisse says that the women are in control. He says he didn't come to dinner to talk about the ladies. He came to dinner to talk about them. Charisse states that there is not going to be any us. Samson said that she had her father come into town and waste all of their time. He says that he isn't walking away. He was like, I'm not walking away. She said, oh, yes, you are, because you're not ready to love. He said, bottom line is you giving up on all this greatness. She said, well, then you not he said, well, you not ready to love either. Okay. And then he says that he feels like he done dodged a bullet. He says that in this process, he is challenged with stupidity and believes that in the journey of finding love, that sometimes you got to deal with stupidity. And Charisse is glad it's over.
Go off,
Okay,
Sabrina.
So here's the part that I want answers on.
The theatrics.
He says when
It's
he
the
says
theatrics for me.
right. Well, he says to she says to Samson.
I'm sorry,
I appreciate the
Don't apologize.
No, it's all good. No, but she says to him, it's the ladies' turn this week, right? And so when she said that, I was tweaked a little bit. I was like, wait, so now you feel empowered to do this only because the ladies have the opportunity to get rid of people? So you would not have done this had this have been, you know, the other way around?
I
read something that said
I didn't take it that way.
You didn't.
I didn't understand that.
I didn't take it that way. It's because when she left, Tommy literally gave her the power to either keep Samson or not.
That's why I was gonna read those
specifically
from the lounge, and I was like,
she said, "I'll leave it up to you."
Yeah,
Specifically.
he
That's what he
did.
said.
Right.
He did.
Right. Yeah. So my thing is, though, if she was not empowered to let him go, right? If the ladies did not have the torch, would she have still bowed out? Would she have, hung in there, to the end?
Because it's a fair question that you're asking, Theo. It's a fair question, but at the same time, like when we talk about nuances and different colors, what you're saying about her is she should have known from the previous week that he was, the way he is. And so, like, whether it was in their position or not, I see how you're saying she should have just made her decision. But for him to respond in the way that he did, the way it looked on television, to be like, well, they was going to eliminate you for this, and like that is
not. Like, why you bring all that up? That hurt.
Yeah, that's not evolved. That's not cool.
And I
that's
understand
not loving.
that.
That's not compassionate. That's not compatible.
Right.
Nobody wants to deal with that.
So I will tell you this. When I saw that particular, because I ride for Samson, right? He's one of my.
I was like the main one. I was the main one.
Jamie was
like. I have no problems with Samson. Like.
Right. When I saw what I saw from him, I'm like, this is not the same guy, right? This is not the same guy that I come to know on the show. And so I have to believe that, while these are his words, and yes, there was a point in there where some raw emotion came out of him. I just think that the sequence of the buildup was editing, right? They threw all of these sort of quick insults being hurled or whatever.
Because Randall was
like
saying
as a
that when he
But if
came
you-
on the show. Randall said the same thing when he came on the show and we did
But if you
panel.
didn't say it, Paul, then there's nothing to edit.
No, I'm not saying that he didn't say that, but there's also context too. Like, when and I'll explain that context to you briefly. When I came on the show, right, they asked me a question. They said, what type of women do you like? I said, I like, educated women or go-getters, people that are self-starters, self-sufficient, that can, sort of, provide and work collectively. And they said, well, what about sexually? What type of energy do you like? I said, well, the type of energy from women that I like has to be sexual, but that can't just be it. What they made me say was, they cut out all the good stuff and said, the energy I like from women has to be sexual and just can't be it. And I'm like, so I know what that edit looks like to sort of pace that narrative, right?
But you said it though.
There may have hold on. So there may have been, I said that, but was it in that context?
Not in that context.
The energy that me coming straight out the gate, like, I just need to have sex with these women and it has to be good. Like, come on, man, who does that?
But
right?
you know what?
And so,
but
what
let's
I'm
be
saying
real.
is,
We've seen some heavily edited scenes.
Right.
We've seen some heavily.
Yeah.
We can see when the sequence is off. We saw it on this season. We've seen it on this, and we can see when it's off. Like,
but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
It's okay to mess up. It's okay. It's okay.
This was not
okay. I'm sure he
I get that. I get that, but what I'm saying is this is not a 2 minutes. This is a 2-minute segment on television. It's not a 2-minute date. So they've had some conversation throughout this date. They've, talked around some things, and they probably, he probably said something here or there, and then she came back and said something, and maybe they stopped and paused and had some different type of conversation, and then he said, well, what about this then, since you're bringing that up? And what I think they did was took everything that he said and piled it on.
So, Paul, you know what they didn't show?
I get it.
Paul,
I love you. I get what you're saying, Theo.
Let's be real.
Right.
Let's be real. Samson probably knew this is the only date of the night. The ladies met today. Let's talk about what we know.
I know that. I knew.
We'll call up that day. So he came in defensive, right? He came in defensive.
He was a little nervous. I don't know about defensive.
Paul.
I don't know if I got
I'm
that.
trying to give credit for being apprehensive. Maybe the word is apprehensive.
Apprehensive.
Stacey,
I love it.
Let me tell you something, Stacey. Right? Let me tell you this, and this is something that you don't know. Nobody on this panel knows this particular thing, but every single time that the women did a deliberation, right? There was a women's deliberation. I was always on a date. So whether it was a bubble date or just a regular date, they always put me on one, right? Because they wanted to try to get those types of reactions on me. Like, I've never been on, like, anytime there was a late the wine lounge or whatever.
About to prove my point
I was always on that. They always put me out there. I didn't give a shit, right? And I had my dates, and I did what I needed to do and whatever. And if I went home, I went home. I wasn't like defensive, and I don't think that he was defensive. I think that she probably drew or said some buzz sort of words that put him on the defense. I don't think it was the situation itself, like him being on that date, the bubble date or after the lounge. I don't think that put him on the defense. I think that she probably said some things that probably sent him on the defense, and then that whole thing played out. I mean, I know how this goes.
I totally understand what you're trying to say about edits.
I understand where you're coming from, but you're not coming from a place of reality right now.
Right. So one thing they didn't show.
Call a spade a spade. This is a damn spade.
You said it yourself, Paul.
Argument might apply to other situations, It's not gonna apply right now.
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that Samson did not say these words. I did not like what I saw from Samson that last at the very end. I did not like how that played out. But what I'm saying is that, and from a viewer standpoint, I get it. Yeah, it looks like he's an ass. Like, you know, it looks like he went off on this lady, and you know, he was mad disrespectful, and that was that. But from, you know, I'm giving both sides of the perspective, whereas I understand what it's like when you're being there and you know the words that you've said, and then they cascade the words that you've said in different sequences to build up on what they want to post as a narrative.
So
Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
We get all that, Paula.
Jamala, I want to hear from you as well too.
Yeah, because Jamala, you were there.
Yeah,
Jamala.
right. So we would really love to. I've been wanting to hear from you. So I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to cut you off, but I really, because you were there, like especially in the ladies' lounge, and that was the part. Remember when I was starting to read the notes, I was like, should I? And I was like, no. But that's what I was going to read, the notes from the ladies' lounge, because that's when it came out, when Brandy was like, because I don't want to bring the gifts up, but I'm gonna bring the gifts up. You know, well, that's how it was. And then, you know, it was kind of like Brandy was saying, well, he told me this. And, you know, when they all met his ex, and, you know, and Charisse was like, well, yeah, because he was acting like, I don't know why they're here. And Brandy was like, well, he done told me, you know, don't nobody else need to come. You know what I'm saying? And then Kadian was like, well, he had told me that you just need to stay, girl, because I think it's something between me and you. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, y'all, anybody correct me if I'm wrong. So I just want to know, you were there in the ladies' lounge. Did it seem really sincere? Like he really did talk to these ladies? Like, were they really serious? Like, did this happen? Like what was going on with that? Like, I mean, because I was taken back by it. I mean, I couldn't believe. I was like, really? I was like, no. So, I mean, can we hear your thoughts? Like, what did you think? Was Samson sincere? I'm sorry to keep talking. Was Samson sincere throughout the show, the process? I mean, did you see like what we see on TV? Like, is Samson cool? I mean, I'm like, because I know you ain't sleeping with him, and I hate to be even asking you like that. You know? But you know, like, are we tripping?
Okay, so where to start? So I'll start to preface, I'm going to start at, I think Samson had a very human moment with it being pent up. But also to Samson's, to Samson's side, his ex even said it takes a minute for him to open up. You have to be patient. So I know Charisse took that back. And I think Charisse was in this, she got to a place where she was in this process and really opening up. And we get to see that, right? That's not editing. We can see her opening up. And at the house, the getaway house, I didn't know what their conversations was about, but watching them interact, because I didn't see it. We also have to think back to remember Charisse and Samson weren't the original connections. It kind of seemed like Samson and Shakira. So I think they came in a little bit later in the game to kind of start to learn each other. And once they kind of clicked, it kind of was like, okay. So because you see them picking up around the all-white party. So at the house, watching them interact, I was like, this is perfect. Like, that was my immediate reaction, like watching them interact at the house. I didn't know what their conversation was like until I started watching. It's like, this is funny. But watching them interact was very cute. It was just as cute as watching Kay and Sway interact. But I don't think we get to see it as much. They were very into each other, but things were happening. And I think Samson may have been, I'm going to say, hypercritical of Charisse, and Charisse was truly just being herself. And I think he made a comment. And from there, they kind of had, there's no real time to regroup because you're back filming by the next week, right? So I'll say that happened. But okay, now fast forward to the lounge. Sitting in the lounge, my mouth was open the whole time. Like, hearing all the information, everybody was like, who are you talking about? Like, I think I was actually saying, like, are we talking about Samson? Like, I think everyone was shocked. And when Kay said it, it was just like, wait, what happened? So I tried to come to his defense, and I said, I think because the relationship that we had as far as connection, because you do speak with everyone, we do share each other's phone numbers. I'm like, Samson is just, you know, he doesn't have that relationship with me. He hasn't given me a gift. Like, I'm trying to help in some sense, like, he hasn't given me a gift. Like, I think that kind of solidifies your relationship, Charisse. Like, you know, the gifts are different. We'll say that. So even though everyone's getting a gift, the gifts still are different. So we don't see that at the all cast sit down dinner. They were having the same discussion there, actually, about these gifts and getting them. And Charisse was kind of asking him, well, who's your number one? And he's like, well, pay attention to the gifts. Like, he still hadn't necessarily said it to her directly. So I feel like all of that to say, it may have just been pent up when now we sit down together and we're like, well, what are we doing? You know? And I think he was just fed up. Like I said, and she was fed up. Even when you see watching her with the dad's date, she's like, Dad, ask him some deeper questions because I can't get there. And I don't necessarily fault her for looking to her dad to maybe get a different response out of him versus what she's been getting, because, you know, nobody wants to hear the same person nagging about the same thing over and over again. So she did want her dad to kind of get that clarification, and maybe, you know, man to man, it would be a different response. I know she was looking for that. She says it, right? But ultimately, going back to being in the lounge, I was definitely shocked, and I couldn't believe that was Samson. Now, watching what happened, again, I'm going to say I think he just had a human moment when they started talking. And to P.O.'s point, the dates aren't 2 minutes. They're definitely longer than that. So they're having conversation. You know, these are like 2-hour dates that they snip into 2 minutes. So I think they just pulled some pieces out, and this is what we got. I just didn't think Samson would say those things. And we know, and knowing Samson, I know Samson is a good person. And also Samson's conversations are very specific. The type of person Samson is, when he spoke with us, Samson is on a time frame. He's talking to you for 10 minutes. So I would say to Charisse, you know, if he's giving you more time than that, that means, you know, you are a main connection for him. So I think when it boiled down and they were sitting there, yeah, it took a turn I don't think either one of them saw. I think she was a little bit hurt too in his response to her. And I'm gonna say that's not Samson. From what I know, around the time the discussions that I've had with Samson and seeing him interact, I don't think, like, I can't say, you know, a lot of comments are saying like that's the real him, that's the real him. That's not a real him that I've seen. I've seen him, you know, a little temperamental, but that could be from being on camera all the time, like having to explore this session while doing it on national television. So I don't want to say this man is like that all the time. Was I shocked? Yes. So I think we all have those sides to us. I think we have to bring it back to us being very human. And at the end of the day, humans are fickle. So, right? It's a mix of being fickle and a mix of being like in a heated argument with somebody you thought you had a connection with. There's a thin line between love and hate, and that's what we just saw. That's
right. You saw two people hurt in the moment. It is a very humanistic response. Like, I'm not trying to be overcritical of Samson and his response. I think the show part of it, he came in on 10. Ladies Lounge, y'all the only date. We all talk. We know how it goes. Secondly, the way the conversation went, you probably didn't want it to look like that. And maybe based on his responses, he seemed a little more like comfortable. Like, he seemed a little comfortable, like, well, if that's how you feel, like, that's what it is. Like, if you want to walk away from all this, like, he was giving comfortable responses. So I think like two things were at play. Like, I think he was apprehensive, but then he was like, nah, this Charisse. So I think like what we saw was that with him. And then what we saw with Charisse was like, hey, you jump off the cliff or you hug me? Which one are you doing? So I think from
patience just ran out. I think on both.
I think he was matching her energy. I don't even
think it was matching energy. I think at the end of the day, what is our number one problem in relationship? Communication. He said it several times. He's not open. He's not like it's like a wall in this communication process. Like, we have a hurdle in this communication process. And where did that get us? It got us at this moment.
But it was kind of like that too at the spa, though, and what Paul said about matching energies, because in real life she was here, he was here, and I felt like when they ended up with Sam the man, Charisse the woman, and all that, whatever that was, I feel like if she would have went here, he would have went here.
That part.
And the only reason he didn't go here is because she didn't go here.
Because she
stops herself. She always stops herself, honestly.
She did.
Because she probably really likes this man, and she like, let me be patient. Because I know when I first get into a new relationship, I'll be like, all right, that's bae. But after about 6 months, I'll be like, no, we gonna talk about this and what we gonna talk about. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like that's what was happening, and I feel like that's what we saw. Like Samson, what we saw at the elimination date wasn't the first time that I saw Samson kind of being like that. You know what I mean? I'm going to give him grace, but I'm going to give her grace as well, because she can be a lot, but so can he. I'm not saying that he was wrong in that instance. I'm not saying she was wrong in that instance. What they were both saying were valid, but I don't think the people expected Samson to react the way that he reacted. I think that's just because that's how it was with me. It wasn't necessarily the things he was saying, and just, I don't think he came off combative. I don't think it was, I just think that he probably was fed up. But still, at the end of the day, it's times when I get fed up with my daughter. It's times when I get fed up with my 2 little puppies. It's times, and sometimes I have to be like, just wash the dishes like I asked you to, Sadora. You know what I mean? Instead of wash the dishes like I asked you to. You see what I'm saying? So it's just a little different. And especially watching it back because of how much we love Samson from the beginning up until XYZ episode. So when you show us something different, but then we see it previous episodes and we're like, oh, okay, Samson just really wasn't having a good day today. Okay, but we still love Samson. We still love Samson, escalating up to that elimination date, and then we seeing it. So the first thing we're going to think to ourselves as viewers is, oh, this dude like this the whole time. You see what I'm saying? And it just was suppressed.
So can I say something though? This sounds like the typical RTL BS, right? Where they have this story and they want the story to end a certain way. And so it's always this thing where if you come out on the low end like me, and then they make you out to be a hero at the end, whereas I was being vulnerable and all this stuff throughout the whole entire process, they isolated every incident, right? So what they did in Samson's case was reversed. They showed him as being this great guy, this and that, and then turn him into a heartbreaker, at the end of it all, to sort of, paint that storyline narrative. And I think that they wanted to muddy him up at the end and make him look like he was a player all along. And then number 2, make Charisse.
So I was gonna. I was gonna get to that. They were
saying in the lounge, they were trying to make him look like he's been, player all along, and then having Charisse at the end of it all, being this woman who came in tough and finally got vulnerable, and then at the end of it all got hurt. That's what the storyline sounds like.
Okay, let me touch on that, Paul. So I've been saying from the beginning that I really wanted to see how he reacts when things don't go his way. When there's any type of conflict, when there's any type of disagreement, I said I want to see how he responds to that, right? And what they were saying to each other in the date, I'm cool with that. Things happen, we human, the process, the stress of it all can get to you, right? It just appeared as though winning wasn't enough, right? Like it seemed like he continued to try to belittle her, right? And not only that, like it seemed like he kept going. It wasn't enough. Like he enjoyed it. Now I understand what you're saying, Paul, but he also had the opportunity for that 30-second clip post date, right? Do you have the notes on that, Sabrina? And then he also had the confessional, which is a few days after the date. And I think he still called her stupid 2 times in the confessional. which
And then
I don't think
he
that's
talked about her
called
mean
for.
mug. He was like, "There goes."
And I don't think that's called for, right? That's
Yeah.
way
You don't have to turn the knife. You don't have to turn the knife to make your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, and that probably was very not classy, right?
No, it's not just not classy. It's
It
unacceptable.
just revealed another
Especially
level
from
of
a
what's
man.
really
Exactly.
No,
And at the end of the day,
so
he can't
for-
edit
so-
out
but-
what he said.
If she,
no doubt,
you are
no
a
doubt.
woman,
What I would
you are
like
a
to
woman
know,
saying these things, the world will be over. The world,
right?
if
But
Lord,
what I would
would've
like
just
to
said-
know, what I would like to know,
we already had a, you know, the world already had a negative connotation of her because she knew
right?
she
I would just like to know,
wasn't
though.
here to make friends. But he
I
turned
think-
the knife, and I wasn't expecting that of someone like him who presented the character that he had.
And I understand
Go
that.
ahead, Paul.
So what I would like to know is this is all I would like to know, and this may be revealed whenever we have a chance to talk to Samson. I would like to know if there were any words or anything that was said that would invoke that sort of behavior and what that was.
Paul,
Because we
man.
know, hold on. I understand that, but even if you're a grown man or not, that doesn't stop you from being a human being, right? That doesn't stop you from being emotional. Like if somebody walks up to you and
But you
hurls
still
an insult,
Where's the maturity level,
You didn't
though?
think about it. You had
That makes him look better.
time to
It makes
think
him look
about it.
better if he doesn't say anything.
It makes, yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that make you look better when you look at stuff in retrospect. But when you're in the moment, right, and the moment is heated, right, you react in a heated way, and you say probably later on, "Gosh, that was so stupid."
We talked about the moment, Paul, but then I also asked, what about when the moment was over? He still had the opportunity post date, and he had another opportunity in the confessionals.
Well, you know that they lead those confessionals, right? They will lead you, like the confessionals is something that I don't even buy into any of them
P.O. is
because
worse than me. P.O., you're worse than me.
Are y'all dating, Paul?
The bottom line
saying,
is, I feel like we all get really comfortable taking people who show up like this and trying to find flaw in him. But there are things, it's okay to notice something in somebody because you would do it in a friend or a homie or all this and be like, yo, what's that about? This is a little much.
Right.
It's not the fact that he had a moment. It's not the fact that he might not be into Charisse and this, that, and the other. But some of the stuff, like you were saying, Tyrone, like the extra, in what I'm seeing in the comments, the extra belittling, the this and that, and the gaslighting is inappropriate. And I think it's okay to say that.
No,
it's okay that he be a life
wholeheartedly
coach
agree
and
with
show
that.
up great.
Especially at his big age.
I agree with that. You know, it was very tasteless. The way that it played out on TV, it was very tasteless. It did not,
Stop it with the editing and played out on TV, Paul. These are words that came out of this man's mouth. It don't matter the sequence.
It does.
I was just gonna say that, Paul.
They came out in sentence form.
It
Paul,
does
you on
matter.
some bullshit,
Paul.
man. I love you so much. I love you so much.
Paul, I was gonna say.
Gus had to come back. Gus had to come
with no
back.
writing, and I'm about to do something in 5 minutes. I came back with a bunch of other people because Paul, you need to stop making excuses for yourself. That's what it sounds like.
No,
it does.
I'm
it sounds
not.
like you're trying to make excuses for your own actions, and you're trying to use him as an example.
No, not.
You have to make
No,
sure
not
he
at
has
all.
to be
Not at
held
all.
accountable. He is human, yes, but he is a 48-year-old man,
Listen.
and those comments and those confessionals shouldn't have happened. I love Samson. I understand he's human, but you keep backtracking, trying to give him excuses. Are you part of Morehouse? Like, what's going on? Like, it's just 2 months now. Is he paying you? Like, it's a little suspicious. It's not a conspiracy theory at this point.
Listen, no, not at all. But here's what I'm saying. I'm going based off of solely what I see, right? And how they did it. It's not that I'm trying to make excuses for him. I get it. I said
You are, though.
You are.
No, I said this.
120%
I said that he should not have acted that way. However, I'm giving it from two sides of the fence. one side from the viewership. Yes, if I'm
You're
looking
giving
at
it
this as
only
a
from
regular
one side,
viewer,
Paul.
Oh, you're giving it from one
If-
side, and what we do is we've seen it from both sides. We've already all expressed that we understand that the humanistic existence exists in Samson. He doesn't need to be
Right.
perfect as well as he seems to be. But you keep trying to give him excuses
not
for the
trying-
behavior.
I'm
You
not
are. We all see
No,
it.
I'm
Everybody
not painting him out to be perfect.
You are.
I just feel
accept
the
fact that that's the way
like
it was.
I
And people
feel
are going to
like
view it the way when you do your actions, the way you do them. It's really simple.
feel like-
So Bell.
It's just a matter
feel
of
like-
fact.
Paul,
I
you
feel
still
like-
mad at how you were edited?
Yes, thank you. That's what
No,
I'm
I get it.
No, I'm not.
He's
I
using
need
this
to
as a
know-
way to try to make
I'm not
himself
mad.
look better.
Right
I'm
now.
not. I'm
Because
not.
Yes.
No,
because
I'm
there's
not.
no
No,
reason
listen.
why.
I
Like,
am not
and
mad
I-
at that.
I
Like,
genuinely-
that's
I genuinely
Listen,
like Samson.
Stacey.
I genuinely
listen.
Likewise.
I
Stacey.
like him.
Stacey.
He's cool. I have no qualms with him. But right is right and wrong is wrong. You talking from your experience. You're not being objective right now because you're speaking from a damaged point of view.
No,
And you're
no,
you're
not at
not
all.
being
I
very
understand what they
Oh,
do,
you
You're
are.
though.
doing
Listen,
the
Trust us, you
bullshit,
are.
Paul, and it's making me nauseous.
When you know how,
Because
listen.
you're, and then
if
you
I
say,
got-
and
if
then
I
you
got-
size it under, I'm giving,
If-
I'm looking at both points of view,
I
and
got
you're
it.
not.
Stacey,
And
I
you're
know what to say.
Stacey,
I know what to say to
question
Paul.
for
No,
you.
because you
Did you
pissing
get
me
a-
off.
Stacey,
And I can't
did you
take
get a
it no more. I've been
did
sitting
He
here
likes
listening
it though.
to
Did you get a favorable?
Y'all, we got
You had a
guests.
favorable
Jamala
edit,
up there
though,
looking
right?
for guests.
I'm sorry, Jamala.
you had a favorable edit. I get it.
Let me
So
go.
what was you saying?
I did not have favorable. I did not have favorable
Stop trying to make
editing.
yourself look better.
No,
See, you just
stop.
proved it.
Wait, Gus,
You
stop.
just proved it.
Paul, I never had favorable editing. I look like I look like pretentious, light-skinned,
But
mean
that wasn't
girl.
you, right?
I look like pretentious,
Oh.
mean girl.
Paul.
And it wasn't until I started doing other things with other people, when people got to know me better and my perspective, that I gained favorability and people started liking me. Do you know how
Understood.
much
Understood.
hate and stuff? I can only understand what Jamala or Sabrina probably are getting in their DMs, because I got it all. I wasn't black enough. I wasn't this enough. I wasn't anything enough. And I ain't even biracial. I'm just black. So I can't even imagine what the other people got.
You know what they
Let's start
don't-
there. Because I was getting, Stacey shouldn't be on the show because she ain't even black. Like, let's start there.
So
I mean, everybody's gonna have their POV, but
and
it's
you and your
Yeah.
big
listen,
blue cap right now. You are
I
coming
should
from a
be
place-
allowed. I should listen. Hold on. This panel is based off of opinion. I am
Okay.
allowed, and I should be entitled to have my own, right?
you can.
And I'm not
Absolutely.
taking. And no, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not beating up on anybody who thinks differently. I'm simply telling it from my lens, right? This is what I see. This is what I feel. This is
Remove
based
your
off of my
word.
experiences.
So-
I understand what they
And
do.
so are we.
So
And we're
Paul,
saying that we
Paul.
see it from a different place.
Paul, you know
Go
what
ahead,
they
Tyler.
don't
Yeah,
have?
and that's fine. And that's fine. That's totally fine. We can.
No, but we're
we can
seeing
all
that you
see,
see
you
it
know,
from a
have-
certain place because of a certain motivation. Is what we're all kind of seeing that.
No,
Paul.
I don't have any. I don't have any particular motivation. I just know how they do their things.
Can we just
No.
say? Can I just say
Tyrone.
something real quick, Paul? You know what they
Sure, go
don't
for it.
have? You know what they don't have? Footage of
that?
you belittling women because you didn't do it.
Never
Right?
did that.
You could talk about edits. You could talk about all the other stuff. That's the only thing that we're
Understand.
focusing on right now.
Well,
is the
And I
extra
understand.
stuff.
And
And
I
it
understand
seems like
that.
you're
And
trying to
Ty-
fight
and
for
Ty-
edits. We're not fighting
No.
for edits. We know about the edits.
Ty,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm doing, right?
But you're
So what
saying,
I'm saying-
but you're talking about the manipulation of his
This-
character arc
this-
of the show, right? Is
right.
that where you're,
And so what
is
I'm
that where you're
telling
going at?
you, no, hold on. No, this is what I want to tell you. Let me just be clear for the record, right? What I
I'm just
saw
trying to say it
from
happened,
Samson-
Paul. It happened.
What I saw, this is what I'm trying to tell you. What I saw from Samson, I did not like. Right? I made that very clear from the gate. Now, what I'm saying is the sequence of the delivery probably did not happen that way. And so when they, even though these were insults, and I don't agree
agree.
with them, right? I don't agree with those. What I'm saying is that the sequence that they put it in They did that to put more weight on it. That's all I'm saying.
So what's your reasoning
for
the extra? What's your reasoning for the extra post date and in the confessionals? What's your reasoning for that?
Say that again.
What's your reasoning for the extra in his confessionals and post date? Are you saying that they did that as well?
What I'm saying is that you're led. You've been there. Come on, man. They lead you in these confessionals, and they tell you to say whatever, and how you feel. You know how that goes.
Right, but you literally just said that you said that you was out, right? And you're not doing that.
Wait, say that again?
You just said that, right? You just said that when you decided to make a move, you made a move and you wasn't going to go with it no more. So he has that choice, right? He has that choice to not call someone stupid, right?
No, and that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I don't agree with that. That's not something that I
Are you
would
saying
support.
they made him call her stupid?
Backtracking, it's all good. I had to come on here and let you know, though. It feels very projecting. You're projecting.
No, I'm not backtracking. I'm not backtracking. I never support.
Maybe it's the time.
No, I'm not backtracking, and I never.
This is what
I would never support.
We love you. We want love for you. We want you to do the best for you. But you should take a second to look at yourself with this, because it's really ridiculous at this point. We all see it except for you.
This is what I'm saying. I am not backtracking. I don't support any man taking a stance and call. I mean, I have daughters. You know, I'm not supporting any man that belittles women, that calls women stupid, or that's disrespectful to them at all. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the intensity of what we saw, right? It seems like they took every little facet of what he was saying and piled it on to sort of make it more intense than that moment. I get it. They probably both were saying things back and forth to each other in that moment, and they probably just showed a little bit more of what he was saying based off of, you know, what I saw and from what I know.
If they about to pull the plug on me, I want Paul to be in the room.
100%.
Right.
Words are words. Words are words. And yes, your opinion is valued and appreciated, Paul. But words are words. It's really that simple. You can't edit that out. I know how it works behind the scenes. You say what you say. If you get tricked by the producer to say the words, that's still on you. You're choosing to do that.
Yeah, no.
Because Sabrina didn't fall for it.
Exactly.
I didn't fall for it either. I mean, I stopped. I didn't do that. But I've seen it happen to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And side note, real Rhonda, I see you talking about the gaslighting, but you could gaslight an audience just as much as you can gaslight another person. So because we all saw Charisse in episode 1 and 2, and she showed up a certain way, for you to be like, here it goes, old Hurricane Charisse, it's gaslighting, babe. So let's stop trying to like
real Rhonda, you need to stop trying to like impact the drama. You really, it's
gaslighting.
Number one, I'm not loud and angry.
Right.
Paul and I are good friends. Like, we're good.
Yeah, we're all just putting in this place like you should.
We're all.
I'm not taking. I don't take. I'm not taking any of this personal.
And when he be talking over me, because you know he gives these damn dissertations, what you want me to do?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Damn, and I'm a soprano. I don't mean to be loud.
We're just very, very passionate.
It's natural.
But yes, we are all friends.
I turn my mic volume down.
It's all love, of course.
I used to do nothing.
People really love to like put words in people's mouths and tell them what their intention is. And I understand that's what you're trying to say, Paul, because people do it in the chat. People troll around the internet all the time.
Yeah.
But you're saying these words are being said regardless.
Absolutely.
And the fact that he belittled her is not okay as a 8-year-old, highly intelligent, emotionally intelligent man. It's that simple.
I totally agree.
It really is.
I agree
but
with that.
Everybody else that doesn't get in the chats, we get it. I
totally agree with that. Those words, I would never support somebody if they said, you know what, I'm going to say X, Y, and Z. I would not support that. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I
And if you
guess
think
it's all of it.
People, if you think this is hostile,
no.
I know, but they don't think.
Look, Jamala got her popcorn out, y'all. Look what we're doing here.
Ryan,
the other 7 of y'all were hostile.
listen. This
Nobody
panel,
thought the
this-
other 6 of y'all were hostile. I was being hostile.
let me just say something. This panel needs somebody to test the water, to
I think we're
drive
very
it,
objective, Paul.
to be the devil's advocate.
I think we're very.
Well, that-
Yeah, because none of this is about hating anyone or each other. Like, it's all love.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
All
not at all.
love.
Yeah.
So, Jamala, let me ask you this. So far in the process, I don't know what kind of good bar that was you was biting off of.
Oh, Gus just bounced on us? Okay.
He did. He was like,
But so far, what would you have changed so far in the process? Would you have done something differently in the house? Would you have done something differently, like while dating people? What would be your big change?
So, since we're talking about editing, I think I would have been a little bit more, to P.O.'s point, a little bit more, if I was a little bit more privy to what was happening, take more of a stand of the things that I wanted to do versus like listening or taking direction,
yes.
Of how certain things went. For sure. That's probably the main thing. Like, I was done what I wanted to do or said more of what I wanted to say. But I think as we can speak to a space of like, even sometimes we're in the green screen and we're going and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Like, you're just done. You just want to go home. You want to be out of there. I think there was some times I can't even tell you what listen.
Yeah. So
I would definitely.
And production can be manipulative. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're doing things and you don't really know they're doing it. Because I was on a reality show back when reality shows were new. Okay. I had my little NBC moment. And I just remember sitting there and being like, it felt weird. And I'm not saying that this is what was happening for y'all, but I'm just saying I could see and feel how contrived certain things were. And I wished in that moment I was a little bit more prepared to just act on my own accord as opposed to just feel so lost. And there's these cameras and then I got to go to confessional and then and there's all these things that you can't piece together, but in retrospect. Now that we've all been through it, try that again and it will be a much more succinct and representative piece of us all. But in the middle of it, it's extremely confusing. And this is what I don't know if people, at home really understand about the dynamics of reality TV.
So, but
Yes, Tai Tai?
go ahead. Now I was gonna say, you know what? You go ahead.
I was just gonna say also, I can't do anything about it, but there were moments like, for instance, at call it the red dinner, where so many people were in red dresses that sit down. Like, there was no way for me to do anything or know what was happening, but I don't think it was ever called out. Like, Tommy calls my name and he's like, Jamala, you go. So now I'm like, what do I do? You want me to stand up and go around the room? He's like, yeah, do it. But it doesn't look like that. It just looks like I rah, rah, da, 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 da. And then I think one other person, and it goes to Shakira. And in that sense, I never knew it was going to blow into what it blew into. Like, had I known, I just would have had a conversation off to the side. Like, I didn't know it was going to expand into that. But there was no way for me to know that it was going to be clipped like that. I can't really explain it.
They were grabbing sound bites from you by drawing it out of you in a certain way and putting together what they could get. Like,
right. And then and when Tommy's like, Jamala, like, I actually was like, huh? He's like, you don't seem like, I actually was trying to fake sleep. Like, I think I closed my eyes and everything and didn't know it was going to turn into what it turned into. But I definitely went around the room. I probably would have spoke to the show therapist a lot earlier, like day one. Let me talk to you. Let's create some type of rapport. I need to be able to call you weekly. We're told about them, but you kind of you don't hear about it after that. And I think I would have been. I'm a big proponent of mental health, and I coming out of this, I saw a comment that says Paul has RTL PTSD. I don't know anyone who's like, I went through an existential crisis like during the process. So going into the house, it wasn't even just like the situation that was happening. It was just everything. I saw myself being different. I didn't feel authentic. Like I felt easily annoyed. And normally I'm like, who cares about this laugh that, some of the people on the, everything was getting to me, everything, because I'm still doing, my real life is still happening, like outside of this. And you just feel like even now, I think I'm like, I live a double life. Like I go on YouTube and see my name and then it's pure foolishness, right? Tomfoolery is what I'm seeing and reading. And then I'm like, I'm at work, like living my, hey, I need you on a call. Like I'm doing regular leadership activities within my job. And then on Friday is like, dun, 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 what was said, what wasn't said. And you're dealing with, castmates. And it's just like, the show is over. I'm just trying to live my life. Like, I don't want to hear nothing about what you think about me. I can't wait till this thing is over, So I always say, like, I could have met all of these men on a rooftop in Miami and called it a day. Like, if it was going to be all of this.
All right, so does anyone have anything else to ask Jamala or anything else to say about, I know we didn't get to
I do. Did you wear white on the bridge?
Why you on the bridge? What bridge? Huh?
It's okay if you can't answer.
Barbecued. I might be self-eliminating.
It's okay if you can't answer. What about, I don't know if you could say much about the reunion, but did you happen to witness a lot of growth during the reunion?
No.
Oof.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Sips water.
See? Okay, so that's not editing. I mean, let me stop.
Like the reunion.
Here we go. Before y'all even start. Okay, it is 4 hours in. Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys so much. Like I said, I apologize to you guys, the viewers. We did skip a couple of scenes. It got heated. We started talking about other stuff. It was a great conversation. I love that we can agree to disagree. I love that we can all come together and discuss Ready to Love Miami. Thank you to everybody that came on the panels with me. And also too, thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you for like rolling with us. Like some of y'all been in here for 4 hours.
I know, like it didn't even feel like it. Like I feel like it felt like 30 minutes the way it went.
For real.
Like, but you know what, Sabrina, that is a testament to you and how you run it.
Thank you.
I love being here with you. Like it's so fun.
If you don't mind, can I just have like a little shameless plug?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, because we're going to go around the room. Actually, we're going to go around the room and you can give all the plugs about your new book and everything that you got going on.
Come on,
you know what I'm saying? But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and go around the room and introduce yourselves once again and let the good people know where they can find you. We're going to start with Jamala. Oh, we're going to start with Ty.
She's muted.
Yeah, I think her screen is frozen too. Jamal, are you there?
Sorry. I don't know what that was. Hey everyone, so I'm Jay or Jamala from Ready to Love Miami, currently shown on OWN at 8 p.m. Eastern. Gotta give it its plug. You can find me on Instagram, JustJam, and that's where you can stay updated with things that are going on with me. I also do quick recaps in my funny way of the show, specific to me and me only, and what's going on in my process. So anything new that's happening with me, I'll absolutely go through the avenue and the channels of Instagram first. So follow me there for more. Thank you so much for having me. This is an awesome panel. I love y'all. Y'all are great. Thank you, Spirit, for inviting me.
Thank you. Tyrone?
Yes, always a pleasure. Tyrone from Ready to Love DC. It was fun. Jamala, thank you for joining us. You look very lovely tonight as well. Yes, I do expect a lot from the men, but I also expect the women to demand more as well. So that's why sometimes, it bothers me when I see things, but anyway, always a pleasure. I'm into mental health, so you can catch that on my YouTube channel as well as my company's channel, Cover 6 Solutions. I'm Ty Wilson 21 on every single platform. So check me out. I look forward to being on again with this great panel.
Stacey.
Sabrina, thank you for having me tonight. It's always fun when I'm here with you. Like, I love it. Shameless plug. I want to give a shout out to Ty. Y'all, I actually just met Ty for the first time a few weeks ago. He was in town for whatever his business was. It was my birthday. Mutual RTL friends brought us together, not like brought us together, but like had us in the same location. And ladies, everything that you think Ty is, multiply that times like 10. He is a gentleman. He's handsome in real life. He ain't too short. He's not like a big old, he's not like a big old Jolly Green Giant. Like, if y'all sleep, whoever is sleeping on you, let them sleep. But I enjoyed Ty. It was a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I'm looking forward to meeting. I did meet P.O. He does always smell good. When I saw him, I smelled him first, and it made him. I don't even know what he looked like because what he smelled like made him look like what I envisioned. So, I'm just telling y'all.
It's that Jimmy Choo.
I'm gonna be real and give my flowers already because they talk about giving flowers and we always give it to the ladies, but I'll give it to the guys.
Yeah.
Very nice.
P.O.
All right, yeah, you already know it's P.O. I'm everywhere you want to be, like Visa. But find me on IG at 100 Sightings. I did want to plug my new book. It's called Confessions of a Reality Star. Psych. Just kidding. No book. There ain't no book coming up.
We were
So
just
everybody was like,
Let's do the book. Let's do the book.
Stop
He
it.
made me for real. Like I really spit today. I started with I'm musty, now I'm spitting. Lord Jesus. Thank you.
Yeah, no, there's no book, but there is merch, right? There's this merch that I'm rocking right now. It's the P Taylor merch, and that's going to be uploaded. But it's going to make sense once I get everything. Once you guys see the other parts that I'm doing in my life, it's going to be big. Trust me, it's going to be big, but it's going to be beautiful. And you guys are going to really, really be like, okay, yeah, this is next level. So yeah, just it's coming soon, and I will keep you guys up to speed. Follow me on my IG, and trust me, you will not be disappointed, not even a little bit.
Jamie.
What's going on, y'all? I am Jamie Alexander, on-camera personality. And I don't think I've plugged this on this show, but I'm going to do it tonight. I want you guys to go to my YouTube. I do have a series called Kings Speak. So if you care to hear king-level men speak about dating, life, their obstacles, how they move through things, how they grew, how they get along with their wives, and everything of that nature, it has helped a lot of women in their dating life. So I think you should check out King Speak because they're very evolved conversations. And if you love Ready to Love, you'll love this. This is why I got into Ready to Love, because I'm very interested in seeing us come together in the right way. So check out my YouTube channel, and King Speak is one of the main playlists on my channel. Otherwise, you can find me on Instagram at the same spot. And of course, Sabrina, thank you for having me. Love being here. Y'all know you my little kick it fam for the week. Your girl don't get out much, so I love to just, be with y'all and have a moment. So this was fun.
That's what's up.
Jamie, what's your YouTube channel?
It's under my name, youtube.com/Jamie Alexander. But my series is really, I'm not trying to, but King Speak, come on, the conversations, y'all, Bob.
I got you. I subscribed and
Thank
I got my alerts.
Thank you. Hey.
All right, guys. As you all know, I am Miss Sabrina Soul, and you can find me everywhere on social media: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Everything is Miss Sabrina Soul. If you go in the description box below, all the links are down in the bottom too as well. And also too, I just want to put this disclaimer out there before we go, just to let everybody know this is a show that we are just talking about. We're just reviewing it. And the reason we do it is because you know why? It's fun, okay? We were on the show too. We watch you guys talk about us on the show. So I was like, hey, I want to talk about the show too. And I'm not on it and I'm not being critiqued. This might be fun. Okay.
Yes.
We do not look at the people that's on the show any type of way. We address you and what you did on the show. Outside of the show, if I meet you, I'm not going to look at Jamala and be like, oh yeah, I remember when she grabbed that hat and she had an attitude talking about scrotums and stuff. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm gonna meet Jamala like it's the first time I'm gonna meet Jamala, and I know that she was on TV. That's it. What I see on TV and what I see in real life, it's too different. Now, if you show me that you're this person that might be angry or whatever, and if you show me that in real life, I'm gonna be like, oh, this person really is not a good person. But I would never ever look at anyone like this person's a bad person. Oh no, she's a good person. No, these are people that we're just talking about on a TV show, period, point blank, and we're reviewing it. We don't have any malice towards you guys. We don't have any negative feelings. Like we don't think you're a good person. We're not doing that. We're having fun talking about a TV show that we all watch together. It's just like a book club. Okay.
Right. And we're talking about isolated. We're discussing like little isolated incidents. Like, what would we have done differently? What would we have done the same? Like, like it's not a character thing. It's like
we're all in this together, low key.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out to you guys in the chat once again, my soulmates. Without you guys, there is no me. I love you so much. Make sure you hit a thumbs up before you go out. Make sure you subscribe to each one of them. Make sure you follow them on their socials as well, because we got so much more great, amazing things. And also, just to let everybody know, come back on Wednesday at 9 p.m. on my channel and on the Missing Link. I am going to have none other than the gorgeous and amazing Miss Jamala joining me again. So you guys are going to find out a little bit more about Jamala behind the scenes, deep down, who she really is. Jamala is going to show up and we're going to find out exactly what she doing, where she been. Yeah, we're not even gonna really be talking about the show. We're gonna be talking about her. So if you want to find out more about Jamala, definitely tune in on Wednesday on the Missing Link and here on Miss Sabrina Soul at 8 p.m. All right, guys, make sure you hit the like button, follow us. See you later. Love you. Okay, bye.